Okay, good afternoon. I'd like to call to order the regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. It's 3:07, and can I get a roll call?
Of course, Madam Chair. Commissioner Anna Hansen,
Present.
Commissioner Hank Hughes,
Present.
Commissioner Henry Roybal,
Excused.
excused, Commissioner Rudy Garcia, and Chair Anna Hamilton.
I'm here.
You have a quorum, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. So that takes us to the pledge, the state pledge, and the moment of reflection, which will be by Anna Martinez. So if we could all rise for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico. This is a symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures. And I welcome Anna Martinez. Thank you. Thank you very much, Anna. That takes us to what? No. That takes us to approval of the agenda. Manager Schaefer,
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. The original agenda was posted on Tuesday, July 19th at about 5:02 p.m. An amended agenda was posted on Friday, July 22nd, about 5:18 p.m. In terms of changes to the agenda and additional changes that we would recommend be made today by the board, we had moved the item related to the disposition of fixed assets from the consent agenda to miscellaneous action items. We would actually now recommend that that be moved as up to the next item of business after approval of the agenda. And the fixed assets that we're disposing of are canine officers who are retiring, or canine officer who's retiring from service with our adult detention facility, and those officers are getting anxious in the hallway, so we'd like to take care of that as soon as possible. In terms of other changes to the agenda as posted, we added consent items 4A and 4B. Packet material was added with regard to items 6C and 7B. We also added item 10C to matters from county commissioners and added packet material to public hearings 12A and informational items and reports 13G. So those were the changes from the original to the amended agenda. And again, we're recommending that the agenda be further amended so that item concerning the disposition of fixed assets be moved to the next order of business after approval of agenda. Thank you.
thank you. But in addition, I've had a request to move matters of public concern, which is item 8, up to following the disposition of the canines, because apparently most of the people who've signed up for public comment are present, and that would allow them not to have to sit around through all the other business before we got to matters of public concern. So I'd like to add that to move 8 after the dogs.
Madam Chair, I'd like to move for the agenda as amended.
Second.
So I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 And I was also remiss when we did moments of silence. Commissioner Garcia had his hand up and wanted to take note of something. And so if nobody objects, I'd like to momentarily go back to that. Commissioner Garcia?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If my colleagues would bear with me for a little bit, I'd like to have a moment of silence for a good friend of mine, Donna Medina. Her son, Jordan Medina Montoya, actually passed away in a car accident, and it was not a good situation, but a moment of silence for Donna Medina and her family. She's actually related to Brittany, who is my liaison. Another individual that passed away is he was an ex-county employee. His name was Charles Gonzalez. He actually worked in the open space division. He was involved in an accident as well. And a good friend of mine, his sister died on Friday. She's out of Las Vegas, New Mexico. Her name was Carla Arianas. So if we can just have a moment of silence. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. So I think we would go to approval of the minutes, and does anybody, what's the
Madam
pleasure of the
Chair.
board? Commissioner Hanson.
I move to approve the minutes.
Second.
So I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? So that would take us to the disposition of our canines. I really apologize. Manager Schaefer, what number was that? For some reason now I've lost it on the sheet. 6A, Way Warden?
And say goodbye to Enzo, our canine in front of you. This is Enzo. He's the one that is retiring. I'm going to have Shayna come up in a minute and just give a very brief bio of Enzo and some of the work that he's accomplished for the county during his 5-year term with us. Miles, go ahead and bring up. And then this is Nico. He's a Belgian Malinois. The first one you saw is a German Shepherd. Nico is our newest canine. This dog he's incredible, just tons of drive. One of these days you guys will have to come out and see him do some work.
Absolutely. I'd love to get a working demonstration.
I'm sorry?
We'd love to get a working demonstration. Those are yeah.
Go ahead, Shayna, talk real quick about.
Okay, hello, my name is Shayna Beta, and as you all know, this is Enzo, and I am currently his handler. He was born on May 20th, 2015. He was originally bought by the Border Patrol Agency, but unfortunately he did not have the characteristics of an aggressive dog. So therefore, you guys made it possible for us to actually have him. And today I would like to thank everyone here, including the warden, my coworkers, you all, for allowing Enzo and I to conduct his retirement ceremony. I would like to thank the county for taking the time to invest in this wonderful canine and allowing me to be his handler. Enzo dedicated his time to work for the Santa Fe County Corrections. If it wasn't for you all, we wouldn't have had the opportunity to create a strong, loving bond with each other. Not only is he a working dog, he is my ride or die and my partner in crime, literally. He now enjoys his time at home playing with all the toys he loves, running around freely, going on hikes, and being Enzo, a kind, loving, energetic, most importantly, a man's best friend, my best friend. Finally, to my dearest friend, partner, sorry. I wish you the best in all the dog years you will enjoy as a retired service dog. I enjoyed working with you. It is now time to enjoy the next chapter in your life. Congratulations, buddy. I love you. K9 Enzo, you are now 10-7 from all the tasks and duties of Santa Fe County Corrections. Thank you.
It seems,
And so far, like, for the time of him being a service dog here with the Santa Fe County, he has actually recovered over $100,000 worth of contraband in the facility. And that includes, drugs and all the other homemade contraband that was intercepted. And so he had 2 previous handlers before I did, so I'm now his 3rd handler. And he is a full-bred German Shepherd, and he will now be retiring with me and enjoy his time at home.
seems fabulous. It seems like the worst part of it will be that you'll have to continue working without him.
She's getting a new one.
Oh, that's good.
We have a
Okay,
second
I'm
one
glad
coming
you-
in.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Garcia.
so the dog stays with
Yes.
the lady?
Yes, sir. Enzo will stay with Shayna.
Good.
And just, I don't know if you heard her, but so as far as values, the asset these dogs are, we recover about $60,000 in narcotics about every 6 months. So they're pretty incredible. And they definitely save lives. Most of that's contributed to fentanyl and heroin. It's probably the largest two that these dogs recover. So they're a tremendous asset to us. And we'll stand for any questions for the board.
You clearly, do you do a lot of on-the-job training, exercises to keep them on point? No pun intended.
Yes.
Yeah, every week.
Okay.
So the training is actually ongoing. So we do 8 hours of specific training with them every single week with narcotic detection alone. And that's not to mention the training hours that we put in with the obedience training as well.
That's
And
really
exercise.
excellent. Commissioner Hanson, did you have your hand up? And then Commissioner Garcia.
I did. I want to just say thank you for your service. Thank you, Enzo, for your service, and thank you for taking such good care of him. I love dogs, and I always want to pet them, but I know better to try and pet any of these dogs. But at least they have you to pet them and love them. So that's fantastic. Thank you.
One
Commissioner
last
Garcia.
thing I want to say is we're one of 2 counties in the state that has a canine program. Sandoval County just purchased 1 canine dog, but I think that's a pretty awesome testament to our county. So we're very blessed about that.
Excellent. Commissioner Garcia?
Thank you, Warden, for you and your entire team for what you all do. It's a hard job. But the passion that you have for your dog, that's great.
Thank you. Okay,
Thank you so much. And so, as part of the other alteration to the agenda, we would actually move up public comment, and if there's no objections, I'll, isn't that right? Yeah, open public comment.
Oh,
at
Madam
this-
Chair?
Yes.
Were you wanting a resolution number for that one?
Yes, please, thank you very much. I'm sorry?
Move to approve.
Oh, thank you for keeping me on track, everybody. So, yes, this in fact is a resolution, and so I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion in several seconds. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Thank you so much, and yes, I love a resolution number.
Furry dogs deserve a resolution.
Yes.
This is resolution number 2022-055.
Excellent. Thank you very much. See, it's just so distracting. And so that would let me now go to matters from the public. And I know there are several people here in chambers, so if you could come up and you can self-organize and come up. and give your name and give us your comments. And I don't know, Daniel, would you care to please run the 3-minute?
Okay. Madam Chairman, thank you for allowing me to speak, councilors. My name is Susan Rule. I'm president of the Vista Redondo Homeowners Association. And I'm here representing them as well as the residents of Chupadero who counted on the Suzuki Solid Waste Transfer Station for our trash and garbage. This station was closed without allowing public comment, and we were only informed of this a few weeks before closure. There was a subsequent meeting in Pohaki on June the 20th, and a lot of the residents were there then. The reasons for closing the station were given that low volume and high cost, but the data used was from 2014. And since then, the days at the station had been cut drastically, and the cost of the tickets had gone from 24 punches at $70 to 12 punches at $119. So the cost to the residents was almost doubled. So the cost assumptions that were given to us were highly inaccurate and not satisfactory at all. At the meeting was Governor Mitchell of the Suzuki Pueblo, and he said he was open to negotiations. He said that he had not spoken to Councilman Roybal in over a year. So we're not sure how much we really know of the negotiations that happened. So we're just asking that the rest of the councilors here, or commissioners, I'm sorry, give thought to closing this station. We fear that there's going to be a lot of trash along the road. It's an inconvenience for a lot of people, but it's a very bad problem for a lot of the Chupadero residents, the people who of lower economic means who have to drive 15 to 20 miles now to a dump station, probably 30 miles round trip. I think that's all I have to say. I'd appreciate any thought y'all could give on this. I see our Mr. Roybal is not here today, and that's very disappointing. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Is the next person, if there's anybody else here who would like to comment at this point? If not, is there anybody on WebEx who cares to speak? Daniel, if you could introduce them.
Madam Chair, Craig Slauson would like to speak.
Well, welcome. Was that Greg Slauson?
Craig.
Craig, I'm sorry. Thank you. If you could introduce yourself and give us your comment.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate the time. I'm Craig Slauson. I'm a resident of Vista Redondo as well as having 3 lots and another home my daughter resides in Rio and Medio. And we've come to rely on the transfer station for all of our recycling and, of course, our refuge. And it is hugely disappointing, again, that this was closed without very prior notice. And, of course, our representative is not in attendance today, as the previous spokesperson just chimed in. And we feel like there are all kinds of alternatives to a transfer station. If, of course, a transfer station cannot occur, there are other alternatives. We get very little services from our county for the taxes we pay. We are on private water, we're on private sewer, we're off a county road, and yet we now don't have refuge opportunities that are convenient. And I think that's hugely disappointing considering the tax base up that highway. So I just implore that everybody look into the opportunity and see what's out there for alternative solutions, and ASAP, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your comments. Is there anybody else on WebEx who would like to speak? Well, welcome. If you could please introduce yourself and make your comment.
Thank you. My name is Leah Pop. I'm speaking on behalf of my husband, Barrick Wolf, and myself. We're residents of Suzuki for 47 years. We've utilized the transfer station all of these years and find it incredibly disappointing that this closure was initiated with no community input whatsoever, very little notice, as other people have stated. I think the interest in keeping this station open has been clearly stated by the number of people who turned out for the community meeting in Pewaukee, with, again, very little notice and during a dinner time when people are just getting off work. Many of the people who live here are still working, and to make the effort to drive out to Hakona or Nambe to get rid of their trash is really a burden. Not to mention that a number of our community members are elderly. And again, this drive on an incredibly busy highway, incredibly dangerous highway, is more than should be asked of this community, which is a firmly established old community and people have lived here for generations. I'm speaking, of course, on behalf of reopening the Suzuki transfer station. I cannot imagine there is not some resolution that can be made to get this to occur. We're more than happy to speak with anybody about this. I think the president of Vista Redondo has also mentioned that there was, from the ex-governor of the Pueblo, Suzuki Pueblo, no one had met with him for over a year, maybe a year and a half. This is just an untenable situation. And again, as mentioned by other folks, we do pay our taxes. I mean, everybody out here has pretty considerable property taxes, and it just does not seem right or just that our transfer station should be closed. So we urge continuing discussions with the Pueblo, and we certainly hope that this can be resolved in a reasonably timely manner, because time passes and, winter is coming. This is going to make things so much worse. So please, I thank you for the time to speak, but I strongly, strongly encourage you, because there may not be many of us speaking again, because this is 2:00 on an afternoon of a work day, but I speak and others who have spoken are speaking for hundreds of people that live out here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else on WebEx who would like to speak during matters of public concern? Daniel, do you see anybody else, or is anybody else signed up for speaking during matters of public concern?
Madam Chair, I do not see anybody else on WebEx, and I'm not sure if Leah Pop was one of the speakers already. Okay, I see.
Yeah.
Then we do not have anybody else. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you very much. So is there anybody else in chambers who cares to speak during matters of public concern? Seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and close matters of public concern and want to thank everybody for coming out and giving us your inputs. And that would take us to item number 3, which is a resolution urging the state.
Madam Chair,
We missed years of service.
you need to go back to.
You know what? I do. I got it. Thank you so much. I just walked right over years of service, and I want to thank my colleagues for bringing me back to that. So we're going to go back to 1G, which is years of service and new hires. Manager Schaefer.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. We do want to take an opportunity to recognize both county employees of long tenure with the county, as well as new hires. With regard to employees who have achieved their 5-year anniversary mark, we have John Dupuy from the Utilities Department, Furman Hernandez Andrade from the Sheriff's Department, Yvonne Herrera from our Finance Department, Maria Escobar from our Human Resources and Risk Management Division, Jessica Gonzalez with our Land Use Department and Building and Development. Peter Olson in our DWI, local DWI division has achieved his 10-year anniversary mark with the county. And celebrating 15 years with the county, we have Glenda Ortiz from RECC and David Padilla with Property Control in the Project and Facilities Management of Public Works. So we want to congratulate them and thank them for their continued service to the county. With regard to new hires in the county clerk's department, we have Adriana DePaula. In the corrections department or division, we have Raymond Nieto. Lynette Martinez joined us in the county assessor's department. Brenda Jaramillo in the finance division of the county manager's office. And in the county treasurer's office, we have Gerald Mitchell. And in the assessor's department, we have 2 additional employees, Josiah Griego, Fabian Laranaga. And also in the county manager's office in the finance division, we have Martha Coulter, who joined us as the deputy finance director. And in the health and human services or community services department, we have Susanna Witten. And in public works, we have Juan Carlos Valdez Ida. And Savannah Parker joined us in the RECC department as an emergency communications specialist trainee. So again, we want to welcome our new team members and congratulate those team members who are recognizing significant milestones with the county.
Excellent. Thank you so much. It's always a great pleasure to both welcome new people and honor people who've hit significant employment milestones, because it's the people who are doing the work here who make it both a fabulous place to work and provide all the services for our constituents. Does anybody else? Are there any other comments at this point?
Madam Chair, congratulations to the staff that has been here for a while, especially the 15-year individuals, and welcome the new hires.
Excellent. Thank you so much. So I think that takes us to 3, which is a resolution urging the state and federal government to enact common sense gun safety measures. And I will go to Commissioner Hughes first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a resolution urging the state and the federal government to take, as you said, common sense measures to reduce gun violence. On average, 32,000 Americans each year are killed in acts of gun violence, which far surpasses the per capita death rate from guns in any other country in the world. And so what we've crafted here is suggestions that do not violate the Second Amendment or anyone's right to go hunting or otherwise possess a firearm legally, but are measures that would keep guns out of the hands of people who should not have them. As we know, mass murders are happening at a regular basis in our country. Some of the most shocking ones have occurred just in recent months, and we're not immune from gun deaths in New Mexico either, with recent death of a teenager, which we tragically had to memorialize just a few minutes ago. So I'll let Commissioner Hanson say a few other words, but we would urge the Commission to pass this to give our state and federal delegation a push to keep working on this issue.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. Thank you, Madam Chair. I know that we as a county do not have any control over gun usage in our county, but what we have found as a board of county commissioners, that bringing resolutions forward that we can push up the ladder to our state and federal partners actually does mean something. We have seen that just recently with the EIS resolution that we passed, that the Forest Service withdrew their EA. And so by bringing these resolutions forward, that something so important as gun control, that this board, I believe, wholeheartedly supports, that we really need to think about AK-15s and AK-47s. They do not belong on the streets. They are weapons of war. They belong in a war zone. I don't believe in war. I believe in peace, but so even more so, these weapons do not belong on our streets. And especially, it is our children who are the ones who are suffering the most from these weapons. Women and children are the ones who are really affected. And so I think that it is important that we make a statement and are able to bring this forward and then send it up the chain to our federal delegation, our congresswoman, our senators, and to Homeland Security, and let them know that we at the local level care about these issues and that we are the ones who are impacted at the local level. So thank you, Commissioner Hughes, for allowing me to sponsor this resolution with you. I think that it is really, really important, and I am grateful that we were able to bring this forward. So thank you.
Madam Chair, I think I'll just mention the now therefore part of the resolution. We listed all the grim statistics in the beginning, but the things we're suggesting strongly for Congress, and if not Congress, then to the state, is to require universal background checks with no exception for all persons who seek to purchase a gun, to ban the sale of assault rifles and large capacity ammunition magazines that have a capacity of, or it then can be readily restored or converted to accept more than 10 rounds of ammunition, enact a federal red flag law that would allow a judge to order the removal of guns from a person deemed to be a threat to themselves or others, to enact a lifetime ban on purchasing firearms for people convicted of domestic violence, and to enact a waiting period of 10 days for any gun purchase. And if there's, I think at this point I would make a motion to adopt the resolution.
Second.
Discussion.
Yes, I have a motion and a second under discussion. Commissioner Garcia?
So just for the record, this allows individuals to continue to hunt, right?
Yes.
And then another thing that I read, when I read the resolution, it was interesting that they talk about how many women's lives are threatened or unfortunately taken out or killed. But it doesn't mention how many men were actually assaulted by women. So I don't know if that's a statistic or not. And then the only other thing was, one of the things we should have mentioned in this resolution is actually Albuquerque. That's a great example of as into why this should probably be added to, that should be added to the resolution. But nonetheless, I understand we're sending this to the federal government, and it's actually for convicted felons, which I'm glad to see the word convicted in there. And those are the only comments that I have at this time, Madam Chair.
Excellent, thank you. Well, I guess I feel compelled to mention that this is obviously a controversial topic on a national basis. And I'm really not sure why, because I've owned plenty of guns. I've enjoyed shooting quite a bit. I study all sorts of crazy weapons. There is just absolutely nothing that is counter to having rational regulations that, of course, nothing will completely eliminate
violence, but would have such a strong impact to mitigate what is just an untenable situation. So,
Sure. I'd make one more time.
Commissioner Garcia.
So I understand what the resolution is for. It's actually for all the gun violence that we have out there and what's just the tragic lives that are happening at malls and schools and everywhere else. And that's the intent of the resolution. And I just want to put that for the record for myself that I don't agree with that at all. That shouldn't happen. It's horrible. And so I understand that's the intent of the resolution from the two sponsors, and I just wanted to put it on the record for myself that I understand the intent of the resolution. I wanted to put that in the record.
Okay, thank you very much. So, yes, Commissioner Hughes.
Yeah, Commissioner Garcia just reminded me of a couple of things. One of which is that I meant to mention that I learned to shoot a rifle at the age of 16 under very strict adult supervision, and the first thing we were taught was gun safety. And I don't want to brag too much, but I was an excellent shot.
I'll go brag.
Was able to hit the bullseye most of the time. And so I'm not opposed to people owning guns, and this is obviously, as Commissioner Garcia said, not aimed at preventing people from hunting. That's a very important part of life here in the West, and our deer population would be way out of control if we did not hunt. And then the other thing I want to mention is I think the only reason that we mentioned domestic violence against women in here and not the other thing that also happens, domestic violence against men, is just because of the stark amount of women who are killed in that way.
It's a dramatic number, and there's many other things that could be mentioned, but at some point, there's no point.
Right, the whereases could go on for 30 pages, yes.
Commissioner Hanson.
I know that this board and many of my constituents have known that I have advocated for shooting ranges, and I do not see that as a conflict. I see that as gun safety, because if people are able to use guns properly, and have a place to shoot where they can properly shoot their guns to be a better shot to go hunting, then that is really important. And the reason I have advocated for shooting ranges is because my constituents are being inundated by people shooting at their homes and at the places of work in the greater Caja del Rio area, and areas are being misused on BLM land, and we really need proper places for people to be able to use their guns in proper manner and in a safe manner with background checks and things that will protect them and protect the citizens of our county. So I just wanted to state that also, that I did not see that as a conflict.
Excellent. So if there's no further discussion, I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed or abstentions? Okay, excellent. So thank you very much for bringing this forward, and I'll wait for a resolution number.
Madam Chair, your resolution number for item 3A is 2022-056.
Excellent, thank you very much. So that takes us to the consent agenda. Are there any items anybody wants to take off, or what's the pleasure of the board?
Madam Chair,
Commissioner
I move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. Which takes us to item 5, appointments and reappointments.
Madam Chair,
Oh, I, of course, skipped right over. And I thought you had me trained in for the day. I'm ready.
it's just going to be one of those days.
It is. It already is.
Item 4A is resolution number 2022-057, and item 4B is resolution number 2022-058.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Of course.
So item 5 is the request appointment of one at-large member to the Santa Fe County Ethics Board, and we have Olivia Romo for this.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. My name is Olivia Romo, and I am the liaison for the Santa Fe County Ethics Board. I am also accompanied this afternoon with Assistant County Attorney Esteban Sanchez, who also serves on the Ethics Board. As you all know, the Santa Fe County Ethics Board is a 5-member body that provides advisory opinions regarding the applicability of the Santa Fe County Code of Conduct. The Santa Fe County Code of Conduct authorizes the Ethics Board to hold public meetings and to make findings of fact and conclusions of law with regard to sworn complaints alleging violations of the Code of Conduct by elected officials, appointed officials, or volunteers. Finally, the Ethics Board is authorized to recommend periodic amendments to the Santa Fe Code of Conduct that we just adopted in May of 2022. The Santa Fe County Ethics Board is comprised of 5 members who are appointed by the Board of County Commissioners. At least one member shall not be affiliated with county government in any capacity, including but not limited to employment for which the salary is in any way funded by or through the county, appointment, election, or serving as a volunteer. Members of the County Ethics Board may not hold elected public office or office with any political party within the county. Each member shall serve a 2-year term, subject to reappointment thereafter. The Ethics Board meets at the call of the Ethics Board Chair, which is not more frequently than monthly, and not necessarily every month.
Madam Chair and members of the Commission. So on January 31st of this year, one of the Ethics Board members, Judith Kay, resigned her position on the board, leaving one vacancy. In order to fill that vacancy, staff advertised and recruited potential members of the Ethics Board. In response to that advertisement, 5 different members of the community submitted applications to become board members. Those 5 applicants were interviewed, and their backgrounds and their experiences were reviewed through the documents they presented to myself and Olivia. After interviewing those 5 staff members, who are Lorenzo Dominguez, Rachel Thompson, Tom Quaid, Peter Glankoff, and Marty Gerber, staff selected Tom Quaid as the applicant we wanted to recommend to yourselves. Mr. Quaid is a publisher of yearbooks, and he's also the owner and publisher of a small newspaper, which covers closely the Oklahoma Ethics Commission, which has a lot in common with our own ethics board. Mr. Quaid has learned a lot about how ethics commissions work in covering the Oklahoma Ethics Commission. He's the president of his homeowners association, so he understands the rules of order, how to run meetings, and conduct himself within a meeting. And we feel that his professional experience, Madam Chair and Commissioner Garcia?
No, please continue. That
Okay,
has nothing to do with.
would fit in well on our ethics board, and he would do a good job of maintaining meetings and following the rules of order as they're required to do. He has a good idea and understanding of how not only ethics in general work, but in particular our code of conduct. He followed our adoption of amendments to our code of conduct, and seems fairly up to speed for somebody who's not serving on the ethics board. So that's why we have decided to recommend him to yourselves. And now we stand for questions.
Excellent, thank you very much.
Madam
So,
Chair.
who said that?
I did.
Oh, it didn't sound like it was coming from you. I saw your hand and thought there was a different voice. Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Esteban and Olivia, for presenting this. I'm glad that you took the time to interview these candidates and make an assessment of who would be a good member for the Ethics Board, because I do feel that it is very important that they understand that their position is an advisory board, and that we want to work with them and have a congenial relationship. I do feel that in many ways our board and our county is very ethical, and we have a strong responsibility to our constituents. And so by you two doing the research on who will be the next member, and I'm gratified to hear that Mr. Quaid actually has spent some time and was up to speed on our ethics ordinance. That is reassuring. And so with that, I would like to move to nominate Thomas Quaid to the Ethics Board.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. Further discussion? Commissioner Hughes?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank Olivia and Esteban for going to all the trouble it took to interview all 5 people and find the best of what I understand was a really good candidate pool. So thank you.
Any other comments? Any other further discussion? Okay, so if not, and I agree with, thank you for taking all the effort for doing such a good job on this. There's a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. Excellent. That takes us to miscellaneous action items, which is number 6. We've already done 6A, so 6B is a resolution approving the county's fiscal year 2022 fourth quarter financial report for submittal to the New Mexico Department of Finance and Administration. And we have Director Herrera.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, the resolution before you is requesting that you approve the fourth quarter report. Fourth quarter report is just a quarterly report that local governments are required to submit to DFA on the year-to-date results for each of the individual quarters. The reason why we need the board to approve the resolution, the fourth quarter report, is because it's part of the process of submitting the 2023 budget that was approved last June. So before we can submit that budget, we have to have the board approve the report and then submit that budget. And with that, Madam Chair, I stand for any questions.
Thank you very much. We'll go to questions first. Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Yvonne, thank you for this. In my continuing quest to understand everything financial about the county, I have a question about the local government budget management system chart that I think was one of the exhibits. The general operating fund line has an adjustment of $230,269,140, which seemed like a lot of money to me, and I just wondered what that adjustment really means.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hughes, that adjustment is to break out the investments. So if you look at that line, so we have the general fund with cash of $99 million, and then we have investments of $229 million. And what their system does is it collapses all available cash to use for budget or for expenses or whatnot, but it lumps it all as cash. As part of the submission, we're required to include a list of the county's investments and include that investment in that investment column. So all it's doing is just showing an adjustment to the cash balance, but classifying it as investments. So it's cash and investments of 200 and almost 300, a little over $300 million in cash and investments. So that's it. It's just it's a presentation for this report.
Yeah, thank you. Very good. So the adjusted balance at the end of $85 million, is that a cash balance then, and that money's not invested?
Yes.
Great. Okay, that's perfect. Thank you. That was my only question.
Well, that's interesting because my only question was why the investments and the adjustments aren't the exact same number.
Madam Chair, what was that again?
I was wondering, I mean, it's funny that Commissioner Hughes asked the question, because my question was, it made sense to me, your answer makes sense to me, but I just expected the investment number and the adjustment number to be the same number, and it's not.
Madam Chair, that is because one of the other caveats to the report is we have to make any additional adjustments to, so these numbers that we're reporting to you right now are unaudited. So for the second quarter, we will true up the numbers for the previous year's audit. But in addition to that, we have to do adjustments to funds that have negative cash, and those funds are particular to grants, because most grants are on a reimbursement basis. So they'll always have negative cash.
Right.
So we basically borrow money from the general fund to make those funds whole. And so on the part of the packet was an adjustment listing. So you'll see the investment as well as any other adjustments. And we actually had two funds that we had to loan money to make them make their deficit cash balance go to zero.
Excellent. Thanks so much. Are there any other questions, Commissioner Garcia?
Madam Chair, Yvonne, thank you for a good detailed report. It's actually good to know Santa Fe County is doing great in our financial aspect of it. And I know your team has actually helped out. Our previous county manager was definitely on this stuff, and but thank you for you and your team for helping out, and Greg will actually take the reins from here, but cash reserves of that, I don't think there's any county in the state that has that, but thank you for your presentation. With that, Madam Chair, move for approval.
Second.
Thank you. So I have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed or abstentions? Thank you.
Thank you.
And so I'm ready for a resolution number.
And that resolution number is 2022-059, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. That takes us to item 6C, which is approval of the award of construction contract for Chupadero Water Sewer Corporation water system improvements. And we have Bill Taylor. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Commissioners. We're before the board today to request or recommend to the board award of a construction contract for water improvement system in the community of Chupadero for the Chupadero Water Sewage Corporation. We issued the invitation for bid. We received one bid from File Construction. It is a remote site. They are proposing a directional drilling. It's very confined area, single road. For trenching is going to be difficult. So it is slightly higher than the engineer's estimate. However, it's reviewed by the engineer. They recommend the county to award this contract based on the bid items that were submitted. But we are also asking the board to delegate signature authority or delegate authority to the county manager to help finalize the construction contract and sign the purchase order. With that, I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you. And the bid amount is a little higher?
Madam Chair, that's correct. The original estimate for construction by the engineer was 2019 at approximately $500,000.
So is the additional money available?
Madam Chair, we have received pre-encumbrance from Public Works for the funding to award the contract.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any other questions?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Garcia and then Commissioner Hanson.
So, Mr. Taylor, could you, so back in I guess I go back, when Commissioner Trujillo was a commissioner, but this water system started getting worked on, and I know Paul White and a few others actually will be happy that this is happening. So what is actually, the installation will include a new complete package alpha particle potable water treatment, so that I understand that that's a treatment bill. The system shall include a central raw water collection unit. What is that?
I'm sorry, it's the, there's a well house that'll be, Madam Chair and Commissioner, I'm sorry. Specifically, it's going to be the filtration system, well house. They're going to provide a water line to the tie into the community services.
So thank you, Madam Chair. So Mr. Taylor, so we're not going to be doing repiping, we're not going to be doing storage at all?
Madam Chair and Commissioner, more specifically, as far as a storage facility, I may want to defer to Michelle Hunter with Utilities that may address that, the storage capacity. There is a storage tank there at the facility, but I don't think there's any work on being done on the tank. But
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, from what I understand and what I've read and been talking with John Dupuy about is that there will be built a new well house with a treatment system for the elevated concentrations of uranium that occur in this area. And so that's what is referred to with the alpha particle treatment system. And I do believe that there will be a storage unit, a storage tank put there as well. But like Mr. Taylor said, that it's a very small site, and so the additional funding is needed for the treatment system and the new well house.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So that brings me to another question. The new well house, is it just a well house, or are we going to redo the well? And is the pressure and the water, do we have water there?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, the well is already there. It is not connected into the system yet, so some of this funding is in order to connect the new well to the treatment system in the well house and to the rest of the system.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So it is a new well?
It is a new well.
Awesome.
It has not been used yet, but it's just waiting for us to hook it up.
Okay, good. That sounds good. And I know Commissioner Roybal would actually be excited about this, and this is kind of long overdue, but I'm glad it's getting done. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I think we're introducing some confusion. I have no problem. This is a good project to do, but there's no tank that's described as part of this particular construction.
Madam Chair, that's correct.
And thank you. Okay, then there's no confusion. Okay. So, Commissioner Hanson?
Yeah, I would like to move approval of the award of construction contract number 2022-0183-PW-APS for Chupadero Water Sewer Corporation Water System Improvements.
Second.
And delegate signature authority to the county manager to execute the construction contracts and all associated purchasing order for the subject project.
Second.
So I have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed or abstentions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. That takes us to 6D, which is a resolution recognizing Santa Fe County as a hybrid entity in compliance with the Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act of 1996. The other Catherine Miller, welcome.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I apologize for
Commissioners. I know, I'll always be Catherine Miller the second.
Yeah.
As everyone knows now, I'm Catherine Miller. I'm an assistant county attorney, and I'm here today to present to you this item. The resolution that we are recommending is to recognize Santa Fe County as a hybrid entity in compliance with HIPAA and repeal Resolution 2003-59 and to delegate the county manager with the authority to adopt, revoke, and amend policies and procedures. So just a general overview, HIPAA is a federal regulation that establishes policies and procedures for maintaining the privacy and the security of individual identifiable health information, also known as protected health information. The previous resolution, 2003-59, established Santa Fe County as a hybrid entity and recognized that the county must comply with HIPAA regulations. And as I'm sure you understand, the county operations have changed since 2003, and we are requesting that we update those regulations, those policies and procedures in order to bring us into full compliance. So the resolution before you will update the way that we go about HIPAA in 4 different ways. The first will qualify the county as a hybrid entity and designate 7 departments as what's called healthcare components. Those are components that relate to healthcare information and actually maintain healthcare information. The second is a resolution, or the resolution will designate a privacy officer, which will be responsible for certain aspects of the county's policies. The resolution actually designates the human risk and the human resource and risk management director. The resolution will also designate a security officer who will be responsible for securing the security of our patient information. The resolution currently designates the IT Security Administrator 1 to that position. And then lastly, the resolution will authorize the county manager to adopt, revoke, and amend HIPAA policies and procedures. So the adoption of this resolution is essential to ensure that the county maintains compliance with HIPAA and upholds the privacy and security of protected health information that is maintained by the county. I now stand for questions.
Excellent, thanks so much. Are there any questions about this?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you. Great presentation, Mrs. Catherine Miller.
Thank you.
So we haven't updated this in 2003?
Yes, that is correct.
And what type of, well, the only changes that the county attorney or the attorney's office would do would be in compliance with the federal law, correct?
Madam Chair and Commissioner, yes, that's correct. The policies that we would enact would obviously be within the federal regulations and make sure that we're in compliance with them.
Thank you, Ms. Catherine Miller. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Excellent. Is there further discussion or questions? Commissioner Hughes?
Madam Chair, I make a motion to adopt the resolution.
Second.
Excellent. I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? Thank you. Thank you, Catherine. Can I get a resolution number?
Of course, Madam Chair. 6D is resolution number 2022-060.
Excellent. Thanks a lot. So if I'm not mistaken, once again, that takes us to item 7, right? Presentations. I haven't forgotten anything else. A is a presentation on youth violence. Do we have Chanel Delgado? There she is. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Thank you for having me today. And I want to just start off by saying violence is a very complex issue, and looking to shift the outcomes of violence in our community is going to take a lot of energy, collaboration, and sensitivity. And so just want to start off my presentation by stating that. I'm here today, and it's an absolute pleasure to be able to present to you a collaboration between the City of Santa Fe and Santa Fe County. We have been in conversations for approximately 1 year, trying to discuss, what viable solutions or viable programs we can create to respond to community and youth violence. And the city was able to procure a consultant, Sophie Ann Dar, to achieve some goals that we had jointly came to discover were important. One was to engage community stakeholders to identify short-term, immediate, and long-term needs and priorities for the county and the city. To also learn about evidence-supported violence prevention models that we could adapt to Santa Fe County. And to create a plan to pilot a project focused on populations at high risk for experiencing violence. And then developing a sustainable approach in dealing with violence through the lens of a public health lens. So today I'm going to be focusing on the youth component. See if this works with me. All right, so, and I'm also really grateful to be coming up after the resolution was passed today and regarding gun safety and gun laws, common sense gun laws. So nationally, gun violence has replaced motor vehicle crashes as the leading cause of death for children in the United States. In 2021, Santa Fe County had 8 homicides, which was 5 more than in 2020. According to the Santa Fe Police Department, 1,340 reported assaults in 2021, which was twice as many that was in 2020. And then we all know that the concerns around violence involving youth and guns and substances are all intersected, and that's been a growing concern. And so the city and county have joined together to build and sustain an effort to help violence in our community involving youth. So how are we going to do that? So our plan is through an MOU, a joint MOU. We will establish a community-based violence prevention unit, specifically focused on youth and adolescent violence. And as stated earlier, this will be a model, a public health approach. And so that means that it will be informed by data collection and analysis, aligned and coordinated across departments and sectors, including city, county, and other agencies within our community, building institutional and community-based capacity, respond to population needs. So our community is unique, and being able to understand what our community needs is important. And then seeks out and engages in best practices that have been implemented across the nation. So primary and secondary prevention are some of the areas we will be looking at. We want to continue to fund and expand violence prevention education practices and programs with demonstrated value in school and community settings. So this includes programs and practices designed to assess and mitigate violence risk and build knowledge and skills in social emotional learning, racial and gender equity, identification of violence types, bystander intervention, restorative justice, and trauma-informed practices. We want to invest in the enhancement of community health and safety providers. This can be done by enhancing community health and safety providers' knowledge in the following areas: violence as a preventable and treatable behavioral health problem, the traumatic effects of violence on individuals, organizations, and communities, risk and protective factors for violent victimization and perpetration across the lifespan and human ecosystem, child abuse, elder abuse, intimate partner violence, human trafficking, sexual assault, digital media, online predation, gun violence, and violence affiliated with intergroup conflict. And then how to assess violence and respond if it is detected. We want to ensure that young people have an array of free, safe, welcoming spaces where they can connect and socialize without fear of violence occurring. We also want to increase culturally meaningful and relevant employment and social community building opportunities for people under the age of 25. We also have our tertiary prevention. This is specific to what the MOU will be addressing, and that is support, educate, and employ a cohort of youth at high risk for violence to serve as community support workers and to contribute to violence prevention when sufficiently prepared. So coordinators should create a program that successfully recruits high-risk youth, builds healthy connections among participants and adult mentors, cultivates social and emotional skills, assesses in response to participants' health and safety needs, builds violence prevention knowledge, yields youth violence plans and projects to promote community health and safety, and evaluates effectiveness. We also want to promote the implementation of existing gun safety laws by increasing knowledge of the laws among judges, those who engage in high-risk populations, and across the population at large, as stated in the resolution presented earlier. This is done by unlawful firearm possession, the actions of a person in a mental health crisis, and/or a person known to have committed an intimate partner violence. So our timeline. As stated, this is a year in. We are currently working to finalize our MOU, and we will collaboratively issue an RFA. County and city will select a contractor to execute these services and to pilot this program. The contract will then be issued, and we will begin to implement the work in the community. And through the coordination piece, the city and county will work together to establish all those primary and secondary prevention components that I mentioned, as well as maximize violence prevention impact and invest in community health and safety, workforce, and infrastructure development and sustainability. So again, that intersectionality will exist. We will then evaluate and research. The city and county will endeavor to continue their mutual cooperation to continue this program for longer than 1 year if the program demonstrates sufficient success. So conclusion. Violence is a major issue of concern in Santa Fe County and city due to its growing prevalence and the toll it takes on individual lives and families and communities and institutions. Dealing with violence effectively requires specific prevention aims, dedicated personnel and resources, and a comprehensive research-informed lens, community-driven approach. To maximize violence prevention, we must invest in our community health and safety workforce and infrastructure to develop and sustain. So as I mentioned at the beginning, it is a complex task to impact the outcomes of violence in our community. I can say that I confidently would say that each one of us in this room has either directly or indirectly been impacted by the violence in our community. And I feel very privileged that we're taking a step in the direction to start shifting those outcomes in our community and in the partnership with the city of Santa Fe as well. So, questions?
Excellent. Thank you so much. Commissioner Garcia.
Madam Chair, Chanel, thank you for what you do. Like you mentioned earlier, children's violence is a tough situation, especially these days with this great cell phone. And I guess one of the questions I have, is it too late to actually include the schools in this?
Absolutely not. I think once we, Commissioner Garcia, once we select a contractor, I definitely think the schools will be a vital player in this conversation as it acts as a hub for a lot of the youth in our community. So I definitely think that's a conversation that will take place once a contractor is selected for services.
So that could actually include CYFD, Juvenile Probation Office, and district judges, so it can include a whole array of different individuals.
Correct. Commissioner Garcia, I see it being a very well-established collaborative partnership amongst many agencies, state judges, like you mentioned, schools. I see it being a community involvement once we have that contractor selected.
Good. As you mentioned earlier, everybody's probably been involved. The shootings on the south side that have happened, you know about those. It's just, I guess, they'll look at targeted areas where there's a lot of violence out there and go communicate, educate kids, children.
Commissioner Garcia, I think those are the violence incidents that have really sparked and really pushed these conversations into development into flourishing and having something that we could actually implement in the community instead of just having conversations. What are we going to do about it, right? And so I think those were what really jolted these conversations into like max speed. So I do think that this will be driven by data, and so the data is going to really show us where we need to really focus a lot of our efforts. And so, as you mentioned, I wouldn't doubt if the South Side would be a primary place in which we were implementing some of these different programs. However, as mentioned earlier, violence exists across the span of Santa Fe County, and we really need to look at that as a whole.
Madam Chair, I'd like your comment that you just said, let's get it done. Don't just sit there and have meetings and talk about it. Let's get it done. I appreciate that. Thank you, great presentation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All right, Commissioner Hanson and then Commissioner Hughes.
Madam Chair, thank you. And thank you, Ms. Delgado, for your presentation. Obviously, this is something really important that we need to address. What department in the city are you working with?
I am, Madam Chair, Commissioner Hanson, I'm working with a City Youth and Family Services Division.
Okay. And so one of my neighbor happens to be somebody who has worked in this kind of field, so I've heard a few things about violence on the streets and different things like that. And so one of the issues that she raised was that when we have this violence on the street, they already have their own rules and codes of conduct and ideas, and so they've created these cadres, or I don't know what the exact right word is to use, that are their rules. And so I see that one of the things is bringing them into this process, and so that seems like a real challenge in many ways to work with their ideas of what their rules are and the ideas of what our rules are in society, and how we help them and help ourselves to have better communication among everyone. And so I applaud this effort, because this is a big undertaking and something that is really important. And although I don't have the answers, I want to know the answers, and I want to know how we are proceeding. And so I'm looking forward to hearing updates on how this is proceeding, and I'm very happy that we are working with the city, because the city and the county are, facing this together. Children and youth violence doesn't know what boundaries, where the county boundaries are and where the city boundaries are. So I think that's really important. So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. Commissioner Hughes?
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Chanel, for this excellent presentation, and of course for this really important program. Is this funded solely by the city and the county, or do we have a federal or state grant to do this?
Commissioner Hughes, Madam Chair, currently it will be county, city, and we are looking to apply for a state grant as soon as it opens in regards to youth and community violence. So we will be jointly requesting funds from the state regarding this program.
Thank you. And so are we also looking forward to, I see that it's like a one-year pilot program, but assuming that it has some positive direction or positive results, are we already looking forward to how we might fund it ongoing?
Commissioner Hughes, Madam Chair, that is correct. We are looking for sustainability. We have confidence that the recommendations we have set forth are going to make a meaningful difference, but will need to be sustained to make a significant sustainable difference. And so we are currently looking at alternative and diverse fundings, not outside of just city county funds, but in order to sustain the project.
Okay, thank you. And I'm glad we're looking at data and using methods that have worked well elsewhere, because that's always a good place to start. Thank you very much. That's all, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Do you have a sense for how big this is going to be, how large a program you perceive it to be just in the first year?
Madam Chair, I think that as we start moving along and as we start recruiting and we have people on the ground, we'll be able to assess what the need really looks like. Right now, we're seeing the need from kind of afar off, but once we get our feet on the ground and we actually see what the community is facing on a day-to-day basis with people in the field, I think that I'll have a better way to respond to that. We know the need is large. I think when it comes to violence, we have the direct, blatant violence that's happening in our community, and then we have the violence that kind of goes under the radar, like we have young people carrying weapons in their vehicles, not necessarily in an act of violence, but as a safety precaution. So those are all symptoms that we need to kind of fill out from our youth in our community. Like, why are you feeling the need to carry in your car for safety reasons? So they have insight that we might not have right now. So I think as we try and get a larger scope of the problem, I think I'll be able to better tailor my answer to that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a hard question, but even just in terms of how many people, how many professionals might be dedicated to it, and what kinds of things, what will be the scope of the initial contract with a contractor in terms, I mean, obviously, you've alluded to some of the things you want to achieve, so you'll need people to train the youth in whatever, run programs.
Correct. Madam Chair, we have been thinking about a team of about 4 to 6 with about 4 on the ground and then some direct supervision that would be provided for instances that need a little bit more specialized care and understanding of the dynamics of violence that are being requested or are being brought up. So we're thinking right now 4 to 6 would probably be the initial pilot that we'd be looking at.
Interesting. That's good. Are there more questions? It was an important and good presentation, so thank you for bringing this to us.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
So that takes us to the second presentation, 7B, on the Los Potreros open space. And do we have Peggy, Dar, and Adeline? Yes, we do. Welcome.
Yes, Madam Chair, Commissioners, my name is Peggy Dar. I'm the Open Space Resource Management Specialist. And today I'm happy to be talking to you about a very special discovery that we recently made at the Los Potreros open space in Chimayo. That is a direct result of our hard work managing the natural resources on the property. I'm going to be passing the first few slides off to Adeline Murphy, a new member of the open space team who we're really happy to have. She's going to be talking about this exciting discovery, then she's going to be handing it back to me, and I'll talk about the management actions that directly led to this discovery.
Thank you, Peggy. Madam Chair, Commissioners, again, my name is Adeline Murphy. I'm the Senior Planner for Open Space and Trails. So as she mentioned, we're talking today about Los Potreros, which is a county-owned open space property that sits at the confluence of 2 rivers, Rio Quemado and Santa Cruz. And it also preserves the scenic backdrop to the Santuario de Chimayo. 2 weeks ago, staff spotted fireflies at Los Potreros open space. The firefly sighting was confirmed by Anna Walker, a firefly expert from the New Mexico Biopark Society. And as you may know, fireflies are rare in New Mexico, and they are also cherished, but are declining globally. We were thrilled to discover, thanks to Anna Walker, that the firefly population at Los Potreros is a new species in the Photorus genus that is currently being described by scientists. Other populations of the same species have been documented in a few locations in New Mexico, primarily along the Rio Grande. Researchers are unofficially calling it the Rio Grande flasher. The population found at Los Potreros is unique because it is the highest elevation site where this species has been documented. And here you can see a photo of the firefly. It did have to be caught to be properly identified, but was then quickly released. According to firefly experts, the county's natural resource management work to improve the riparian and wetland ecosystems at Los Potreros created this rare habitat for fireflies. And now I will pass it back to Peggy, who will share details about the natural resource management work that has been going on in Los Potreros and which have led to this exciting outcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. There were two main actions that we took at the Los Potreros open space to help create this firefly habitat, as well as habitats for a variety of other species. The first action was prohibiting cattle grazing on the property. According to experts, the expert that helped identify these fireflies can't coexist with cattle grazing. The other major action we took was protecting the current beaver colony that is on the Los Potreros open space. So now I'm going to talk a little bit more in detail about those two actions. So that first action, again, prohibiting cattle grazing. For many, many years, cattle from neighboring pastures were getting into the Los Potreros open space wetland and overgrazing it, causing issues. So the open space team had for many years, many discussions, tried different tactics, communicating with the landowners. I'm happy to report that about 2 years ago, we did succeed, and we have not seen or had any reports of grazing on our property. The cattle, it seems, are now staying on the right side of the fence. This was assisted, of course, by we added additional fencing to help assist us in this endeavor. And for that, we collaborated with the Rocky Mountain Youth Corps, and they installed a bunch of wildlife-friendly fencing to further ensure that cattle were not getting onto the open space property. Action 2 was, again, protecting the beaver colony that is on the open space. This was a bit more complicated. Beavers have a controversial presence about them. So we did host 2 on-site public meetings to hear residents' concerns about beavers and also to talk to them about the many positive things that beavers can bring to their community and to all communities. We talked about how beavers can lower fire risk, beavers keep rivers running year-round. The Rio Quemado, one of the rivers that Adeline was talking about at the open space, usually, according to locals, ran dry at the beginning of June. That was pre-beavers. Post-beavers, this year the river never ran dry. And there are numerous acequia headgates off that river, so local farmers benefited by having irrigation water throughout the driest, hottest time of the year in northern New Mexico. Beavers also help to clean the water. They help raise water tables. Their ponds help to sequester carbon. Their many ponds help to reduce damage from flash flooding. And of course, you can gather from our presentation, they improve habitats for a variety of wildlife species. So we did have these 2 public meetings. We wanted to make sure everyone knew about them, so we did mail notices of the meetings to every Chimayo resident for both meetings. We also mailed to them a brochure from Defenders of Wildlife. They have a cost share program where they help residents pay for beaver coexistence devices so that they can coexist with beavers instead of killing them. One such device is shown here in the presentation, caging around a large cottonwood. This helps to protect some larger trees or any trees of importance that you don't want the beavers cutting down. So in collaboration with Public Works, as well as Nav Khalsa, our volunteer coordinator, and her volunteers. We caged all the largest trees, as well as a few medium-sized trees. This was to address a community concern that, one, they didn't want to lose large trees, and two, they wanted to be able to see a continuous or mostly continuous green tree canopy along the river. In collaboration with Defenders of Wildlife and Rio Grande Return, we installed numerous devices that prevent flooding of neighboring property, which we definitely don't want to do. Oops, sorry, is it moving? There we go. So in collaboration with those same organizations, we also installed devices over acequia headgates. One of the concerns that came up at the meetings were that beavers would plug up acequia headgates, so we installed devices to prevent that from happening. In collaboration with Public Works, we also built berms along some of the beaver ponds to help, again, keep neighboring properties from flooding. In collaboration with Public Works, again, we are working with them to improve an access road that our neighbor uses to get to his pastures that was being flooded by the beavers. And here you can see a picture of their hard work raising the level of that road. And we installed signs regarding county open space regulations, including the fact that it's illegal on county open spaces to kill, harass, or destroy habitat for beavers, as well as other wildlife. And before we take questions, I just want to mention that Adeline and I, you'll be seeing our faces a lot more over the next few months. We will be coming to you with asking you to adopt our beaver management plan, at which point we'll talk a lot more about some of those benefits I talked about and our management of beavers on all open spaces. We'll also be coming to you to ask you to adopt our Pinyon Jay management plan. Pinyon jays are one of the fastest declining species that we have in the county, country, and world. Their population has declined by about 84% since the 1960s. And the county has been doing a lot of pinyon jay work that's actually been receiving a lot of attention lately. So we will be coming to you with positive attention, I should say. We will be coming to you asking you to approve that plan. And then we will be coming to you as well, asking you to adopt some property-specific management plans. And with that, we can take any questions.
Excellent, thank you so much. I'm just forced to ask, is managing beavers anything like herding cats? Commissioner Hanson.
I'll let you answer that.
No.
Madam Chair, yes, it is a bit like herding cats. Trying to keep people and the beavers happy is a bit of a juggling act, but and we'll talk about this in our beaver management presentation, beavers are one of the major solutions for drought-related issues, fires, et cetera, in the Southwest, and they do their work for free. So it's very important to conserve them and promote them.
Excellent, thank you.
Yeah, it's very exciting to have a brand new species of fireflies. I have never actually seen a firefly in New Mexico, so I'm thrilled always, and it warmed my heart that you have worked and listened to the residents, and that you have worked with Public Works and help them to, understand the importance also of the wildlife of our community. Beavers are sometimes get a bad rap. I've always been a fan of them. They have a really great habitat up on the upper part of the Santa Fe River, up in the reservoir in the watershed, where they're quite happy, but sometimes they get a bad rap because of their of dams that they have built down by Calle Debra, an area where Commissioner Garcia and I share. And, you know, they were there actually probably maybe before the road, but, you know, the road does get flooded, and so it might be something that one of the areas that we do need to work on to provide them with a good space, but also to help the residents figure out how we can get Calle Debra not flooded, and that's something that we have to work with Public Works on. I also agree with you on the Pinyon Jay. They are, I used to have them in my backyard. I haven't seen a Pinyon Jay for a number of years, and it's, they used to build nests. I have pictures of nests in my yard, and I live in the city. And so, and they don't build nests anymore, and I don't see them anymore, and that concerns me. Because they are part of our really natural habitat here. And so I want to thank you for the wonderful, great presentation, Peggy and Adeline. And I look forward to more presentations and more work that we can do to protect our wildlife and promote positive reinforcement of beavers in our community, and what a great service they provide for free. So thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Hughes and then Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question. How big is the Los Potreros open space?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hughes, it's only about 36 acres, but it packs a really big punch, as you can tell by our presentation. It's a very, very important property, not only for wildlife, but also for local farmers, for the Santuario. It's the backdrop for the Santuario. So it's one of our smaller properties, but packs a really big punch.
Is it something we would look to perhaps expand in the future if we had funding?
Yes, Madam Chair, Commissioner Hughes, I think that would definitely be something to look into if neighboring property owners, particularly in the wetland, wet meadow area, were to want to sell their property. I think that would be to the great benefit of the open space, wildlife, and the residents of Chimayo.
Right, yeah. I, like Commissioner Hanson, I've never seen a firefly in New Mexico, but I grew up in southern Pennsylvania and used to go out with a big jar. My sister and I would have a contest to see how many we could get into a jar. I promise not to do that with this very rare species in New Mexico, but in Pennsylvania they were definitely not endangered. But thank you for the presentation. That was great.
Excellent. Thank you. Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Great presentation. Let's start with Mr. Juan Medina. That's why that road into Chimayo is called Juan Medina Road. Mr. Medina actually used to have cattle on that property for many, many years, probably before we were all born. And it surprises me that you said banning of cattle. And so that's just kind of, that's just, I just can't fathom that. I understand what we're trying to do, create an open space in this beautiful flower garden and this beautiful, what we need to do and the nature, I understand that. But for banning cattle, Mr. Medina used to have cattle there since, like I said, before we were all born. The Beavers. As Commissioner Hanson mentioned, you might want to go take a trip out to the Santa Fe River and look what the Beavers have done there.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, we have been out there. We have installed a flow device in that beaver dam, and we're hoping to, we would like to host numerous public meetings with the same model that we had at Chimayo to figure out how we can coexist with the beavers there. It's more challenging because of the road issue, but we installed a flow device in the dams next to the road. And basically flow devices are, you dig a hole in the dam, you put a pipe in, and no matter how much the beavers build over it, you cage off one side, the beavers can't raise the level of the water, and so we drop the level of the water several feet down, and because of that device, it will never rise above that. So we are aware of the issue there and trying to work on it.
Just because if you go out there and look at Kaya Deborah, those beavers we let them go. And those beavers were never there. Those beavers actually got put there by the wild forest gardens as a trial basis. And now the water doesn't even flow down. It doesn't go down because that portion of the open space needs help. It's actually a fire hazard. I'm saying that for the record because you can't even walk through there. And so I would hope that you all would actually work with Public Works, and great job what you're doing up north. Commissioner Roybal would be excited. I'm excited because I remember when we purchased that property. So do we still irrigate that property? Because we have irrigation rights.
Madam Commissioner Garcia, yes, we have water rights at the Los Patros open space, and we do irrigate a portion of the upper pasture. And if you wish, I can discuss a little bit about the reasoning behind why we're prohibiting cattle on that particular open space, if you wish.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So out of your department, who's the individual that goes out there and watches the acequia to make sure that it's getting the upper part that we water?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, I go out there regularly, and then Nav Khalsa, our volunteer coordinator, we have monitors that sign up to go out to the property regularly to check on all of the beaver activity, all of the devices we've installed to make sure they're working properly, and to make sure that acequia folks are getting the water that they need. We also have developed relationships through the public meetings with a lot of the acequia members. And so I will say that they're very comfortable reaching out to me. I've had them reach out to me on numerous occasions when there's an issue, and we prioritize addressing that issue. So we did have an instance where a neighbor driveway was flooding, and we went out the next day and the maintenance crew fixed the issue. So we do prioritize making sure that the community members are happy so that they can also benefit from all the positive things that beavers bring.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sorry I'm asking some difficult, challenging questions because we water at our fields, and cleaning the ditch, who cleans the ditch when it's time to clean the ditch for los porteros? Also head gates. Who's installing the head gates? Because you can't just open the valve and let it water. It doesn't work like that. So you have to adjust the water, move the water. So as long as we're looking into that and not just worried about the beavers, because I understand beavers are important, but I just want to make sure that the county has that open space and it looks beautiful and it's nice, that we're on it.
Yes, Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, we are a member of the acequia. The county is a member of the acequia Association, and we pay dues, and so we do help clean out ditches on the property. As far as the head gates are concerned, the individuals that run those, they have access to the property as they need to come and go to open and close those ditches and to clean out their ditches. And again, we have met many, if not all of them, through our public meeting process. So they do have our information as well, and we encourage them to reach out if anything we installed wasn't working or if they had any other concerns.
So when does it open? Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, I'm not sure what you mean. When does it open? When do they open the head gates?
No, I'm sorry, Madam Chair. When can the general public go out there and walk around?
Right now, the property is closed to the public. It's my understanding that a major reason was because the community didn't want it open to the public. So there are no plans right now to open it to the public.
Thank you. I would like to meet with you all so we can go look at the Santa Fe River. Because that Cayadebra Bridge, as Commissioner Hansen mentioned, it's overflowing. It's almost like, it's close for overflowing, you know. But thank you, good presentation.
Thank you. Commissioner Hanson?
Thank you. I'm sure there's a number of ideas of exactly where the beavers on the Santa Fe River came from, but according to a number of people, including Phil Bouvet, the beavers have moved down from the upper river, and the males have moved down because there were too many males at the top, and so they migrated down to the open space because the Wild Earth Guardians built this wetlands, and so therefore the beavers found it. They're opportunists, just like raccoons. They were opportunists, and they found out about this open space, and they moved in. And that is what I've heard from a number of people, because I've asked a number of questions about how did the beavers get down to the bottom of and move down by Cayadebra. But I agree with Commissioner Garcia. We need to work on the issues at Cayadebra, and I'm glad that you're paying attention. So I really appreciate all of that, and thank you for your great work, because it is fantastic. I am very happy. Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks so much for the presentation. Very interesting. Great work, guys. I think that takes us to, is there more? Did you have closing statements? Excellent. Thank you so much. Keep bringing stuff back to us. So that takes us to 9 matters from the county manager, both COVID and miscellaneous.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Don't have much in the way of COVID-19 updates other than to note that our community level, as measured by the CDC, did decrease last week from high to medium, which did allow us to return to mask optional policy for county employees and members of the public who are fully vaccinated. There are exceptions to that rule based upon individual department policies, but for the most part, that's where we stand relative to COVID. Did want to provide some initial information relative to the Public Works Department's free green waste disposal days, which happened on July 1st, 2nd, and 3rd at Stanley, El Dorado, and the Hakona convenience centers. Overall, we collected approximately 18 loads, which is a mix of trucks and trailers at the various stations. We have upcoming free green waste days on August 5th, 6th, and 7th, and we will be updating the community on those opportunities to clean up property and help create defensible space, notwithstanding our recent change for the better relative to the monsoon weather. Still encouraging the public to be proactive as it comes to creation of defensible space around their properties. We will be featured, Santa Fe County, in the upcoming 10th anniversary season of Travels with Darley on PBS this fall. This was an undertaking of our Community Development Department and the Economic Development Division, in particular, Ms. Lisa Katonic, our marketing coordinator, worked with Sunny 505 to coordinate a feature on PBS this fall. The segment will feature travel host Darley Newman as she visits a variety of sites, including the International Folk Art Market, Canyon Road Galleries, our Turquoise Trail National Scenic Byway, a train ride on the Sky Railway to Lamy, amongst other tourist destinations. We also, relative to the fire department, the improved moisture outlook has resulted in the expiration of the emergency ordinance that the board passed, Ordinance 2022-02. The Wildland Division reports that all fire danger signs have been changed to moderate conditions. And finally, the fire marshal has rescinded his order concerning open burning permits. So constituents who have open burning permits may resume burning in accordance with those permits, and new open burning permits may be applied for online at this time. Again, we'll continue to monitor fire conditions and moisture levels, but that's where things stand at this point. Thank you, Commissioners.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Commissioner Hanson?
Madam Chair, I don't know if there's anybody else who wanted to make public comment, but did you want to open it again, or?
No.
Okay.
Unless you know there's somebody around, that's why. Yeah.
Okay.
But thank you. That would take us to matters from county commissioners and other elected officials. Commissioner Hanson, why don't we just start with you?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Hughes and Commissioner Roybal and myself, we attended NACO, the National Association of Counties, last week. I found it very beneficial for the policy committee that I serve on, Environment, Energy, and Land Use. We stopped a resolution opposing the 30 by 30 by the conservative side of NACO. So I felt like that was a win for us since we support 30 by 30. So at the moment, NACO has a neutral position on that, which, in my humble opinion, is a good place to be. Commissioner Hughes, and he attended with me a number of EELU meetings, and I'll let him speak about what else he did. I also was extremely honored and surprised. I was nominated and elected second vice chair or vice president of the Women of NACO, which is a fairly active organization, and I have been a member since I have joined NACO. And so it was quite an honor to be nominated and elected by my fellow commissioners in this organization. So I wanted to share that with everyone. I'm trying to, my next coffee and tea under the trees will be on August 13th, which is coming right up. I think we might have a board meeting before then, but and we will have Public Works and roads and Brian Snyder and projects with PJ Montano at our coffee and tea under the trees. So I look forward to seeing everybody. I'm sure there's probably something I forgot, but I think it was worthwhile for all of us to be at NACO and to represent Santa Fe County and have a presence there. We are a unique situation, and also we had another commissioner from Taos County join us, and it was her first time too, Anjanette Bush, and so that was great to have that representation there. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Excellent. Thank you. Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I was at the NACO conference. It was my first time, and it was very, very interesting. In addition to some of the policy sessions, I also went to workshops on the opioid epidemic and racial and ethnic equity. And the conclusion I took away from both of those actually was that we should work on ending child poverty, which interestingly enough, the Food Depot has a plan for that they're going to present to us in the next month or so. And I think that'll be very interesting. I also, because Commissioner Hansen and Commissioner Roybal flew home early, I was left with the vote Sunday morning for Santa Fe County, and the voting was very interesting. It's not very exciting because one person got most of the votes, but the way they set it up was like either a political convention. Each state had a little marker where we were supposed to sit, and then they had each state report its votes for the voting was for the second vice president, which I guess is the person who eventually becomes president. But each state would call out their votes, and our representative talked about being the chili capital. So that was way more exciting than it probably should have been, but was very interesting. And I'm not having any community meetings in August. As you may know, my liaison, Olivia Romo, asked for a month off, and I foolishly said that was okay with me. So I'll be on my own with a little help from Brittany and Cindy during the month of August. But that's it for me. Thank you.
Excellent. Commissioner Garcia, matters from commissioners.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I hope this gets back to the crew. I had a family member last Thursday that actually got the paramedics picked them up, and they did an excellent job. They did an unbelievable job for those paramedics that were driving that ambulance Thursday. But I hope that actually gets to them because they did an excellent job. It was just, and I wasn't there, but I heard from my other family members that it was just phenomenal. Like, they told me, be sure and thank those individuals because Top Gun. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Excellent. Good to hear. Thank you for that. So that would take us to matters from other elected officials. Madam Deputy Clerk?
Nothing at this time, Madam Chair.
Excellent. Are there any other elected officials looking in the audience or on WebEx who want to speak? Daniel, do you see anybody?
Madam Chair, I see Treasurer Manzanares and the other sheriff online.
Excellent. Well, if anybody wishes to speak, other elected officials, please feel free to unmute yourself. And so hearing none, I'll go on to C, which is report and request for direction on annexation negotiations with the city of Santa Fe pursuant to the joint resolution. So I'll go to Commissioners Hansen and Hughes. Commissioner Hansen?
Thank you. Thank you. We have been having ongoing negotiations, and at our June 28th, 2022 meeting, the Board of County Commissioners authorized additional time to complete negotiations pursuant to Joint Resolution Number 2021-105, and we believe that further negotiations may be fruitful. Accordingly, we would respectfully request that the Board authorize additional time to complete the non-binding negotiations through August 31st. So I am requesting that we continue our ongoing negotiations.
Is there any? I have no problem with that. Are there any other updates that you're free to?
I don't have any other updates. We submitted a counter proposal, and we're waiting for a proposal back from them.
Okay. So do we need a motion?
Yes, that would be good. I move that we continue and complete non-binding negotiations through August 31st.
Second.
So that's great. I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Thank you for the update. And I understand that Treasurer Montanaro had some technical difficulties, but has an update for us. So welcome, Treasurer Montanaro. I'll go back to matters from other elected officials. Treasurer Montanaro, you're still muted if you're trying to speak to us.
Madam Chair, it appears she may have logged off to maybe troubleshoot the issue she's having. I can let you know if she logs back in.
That would be great. I can go back to her if she's able to log back in. Thank you very much. So actually, that would now take us to matters from the county attorney. Mr. Attorney Young.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. We have a few items tonight for executive session. So at this time, I would ask for an executive session to discuss bargaining strategy preliminary to collective bargaining negotiations as allowed by Section 10-15-1H5. Also threatened or pending litigation in which Santa Fe County is or may become a participant as allowed by Section 10-15-1H7 and MSA 1978. And discussion of the purchase, acquisition, of disposal of water rights is allowed by Section 10-15-1H8 and MSA 1978. So specifically including, again, discussion of bargaining strategy preliminary to collective bargaining negotiations concerning ASME 1782 and a dispute between Beatty and Stewart Family Trust in Santa Fe County arising under water service agreement.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Garcia.
To make a motion to move into executive session in accordance with state statutes, or as Manager Schaefer mentioned, one, discussion of bargaining strategy preliminary to collect bargaining negotiation concerning ASME 1782, and two, disputes between Beatty and Stewart Family Trust and the Santa Fe County arising under water surface agreement.
Second.
Thank you. So I have a motion and a second. Can I have a roll call, please? Madam Clerk?
My apologies.
No worries at all. I know you have your... I just need a roll call for going into executive session.
All right. Commissioner Rudy Garcia.
Yes.
Commissioner Hank Hughes.
Yes.
Commissioner Anna Hansen.
Yes.
And I assume we're excusing Commissioner Henry Roybal.
Correct.
And Chair Anna Hamilton.
Yes. So thank you. We're in executive session and we will be out for further business and the public hearing. So thank you very much. Good evening. We're out of executive session. I'd entertain a motion. Yes, Commissioner Hanson, I think.
I move that we come out of executive session and the only thing that would... I move that we come out of executive session, and the only thing that was discussed was matters listed on the agenda.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? So we're out of executive session, and we have
Madam Chair.
one more item of business, and I'll go to Commissioner Hanson.
Madam Chair, I move to a settlement agreement and release of all claims between the Beatty and Stewart Family Trust in Santa Fe County.
Thank you. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? If not, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? Great. Thanks so much, commissioners. So that takes us to item 12, which is the public hearing. It's the Hacienda Doña Andrea Site Development Plan Appeal. And I would like to go, Gabriel, are you taking this? If you could just start us with the presentation, I would very much appreciate it.
Sure. Issue Max and Britt Contreras appellants are appealing the Planning Commission's decision to deny development permit 22-3036 to allow an event use within an existing bed and breakfast site. This use would allow Hacienda Donna Andrea to be utilized as a large event wedding venue in addition to the existing bed and breakfast for the 2022 season running through November 2022 only. After the 2022 season, the property will revert back to solely a bed and breakfast. The 63.78 acre site is zoned agricultural ranching. The site is located at 78 Vista del Oro via Gold Mine Road in Cerrillos, New Mexico, within Section 13, Township 13 North, and Range 7 East. Hacienda Donna Andrea is an existing 11,000 square foot residence that was granted approval from the Board of County Commissioners under Development Permit 98-5780. This approval allowed the hacienda to operate as a 9-room bed and breakfast facility that would also host small group meetings with a limit of 18 people at a time. This was approved prior to the adoption of the SLDC. In October of 2021, Santa Fe County Growth Management received a complaint related to the size of the events and noise generated at the Hacienda Donna Andrea property. These events had up to 180 attendees in which the use and number of guests was not in compliance with the approval granted for permit 98-5780. Staff then notified the owners of the hacienda that they would need to obtain proper zoning approvals to host large events. It was tentatively determined that these types of events would be a permitted use and would fall under both a retreat and a bed and breakfast in the SLDC Appendix B use matrix. The applicants then prepared and submitted an application for a site development plan to allow the events as a permitted use. Staff allowed Hacienda Donna Andrea to apply for special use permits to allow the already scheduled weddings to take place as a temporary makeshift measure while the site development plan was being reviewed. This was done to let weddings proceed, but was not intended as a way to circumvent obtaining proper zoning approvals for this type of use. The early special use permits were conditioned to prohibit outside music after 9 p.m. Water and noise meter readings were also required after every event. This policy of issuing special event permits was initially adopted before the county learned that the applicant had contracted for dozens of weddings for 2022. As the wedding events proceeded, neighbors complained frequently, with excessive noise and late hours being main issues. It became clear that noise was not stopping at 9 p.m. at some events. Therefore, county staff imposed stricter conditions on the special use permits that required all events to cease by 9 p.m. and all guests who are not registered to stay at the bed and breakfast to leave the venue by 9 p.m. A noise study was conducted by the applicant on the property during one of the wedding events and was included in the site development plan submittal. The study showed the noise levels did not exceed an average of 55 decibels measured over a 30-minute period. The county has twice required the applicants to submit ambient noise level readings to determine if they were exceeding the maximum noise level allowed by the SLDC, which is 5 decibels above the ambient or 55 decibels, whichever is less. The applicants have not submitted an ambient reading to the state. Table 4-1 allows for a pre-application community meeting to be required. The administrator required this to try to alleviate concerns that the community had and to increase communications. Items discussed at the pre-application meeting were plans for the venue, as well as measures being taken by the venue to ensure safe events. The summary is included in Exhibit 2. With continuing tension between neighboring property owners and the applicants, the owners amended their site development plan application for the events to only continue for the remainder of 2022 so that they could honor the remaining wedding contracts that have been signed for this year. After the last event in November 2022, it is proposed that the property will revert back to solely a bed and breakfast. Due to the conflicting statements by the applicants and neighbors, and knowing that an appeal was a near certainty, regardless of her decision, the administrator under section 4.4.9 then chose to defer this case to the Planning Commission for a public hearing in an effort to initiate a more efficient and expeditious process. Major concerns by neighbors included the hours, noise, risk of fire through smoking or outside fires, overuse of water, and access roads being blocked. Emails from neighbors are attached in Exhibit 4. On June 16, 2022, this case was presented before the Santa Fe County Planning Commission. At the hearing, 9 members of the public spoke in opposition, while no one spoke in favor of the project. One concern expressed by the public was that a wedding venue with 120 plus guests is a more intense use than contemplated by the bed and breakfast permit. Neighbors also questioned the hacienda's staff ability to achieve proper oversight of the venue during events. The decision of the Planning Commission was to deny the request via a unanimous 7-0 voice vote. The Commission also felt that all existing weddings be canceled. The Planning Commission final order was approved at its July 21st meeting. Because the applicant submitted an appeal promptly after the June 16th meeting, staff was able to place this appeal on the BCC's July 26th agenda, so a final decision can be made due to the upcoming scheduled weddings. Special use permits have been issued for events after the June 16th Planning Commission hearing. Specifically, permits were issued for events on June 16th, 18th, 25th, and 28th, as well as July 2nd and 16th. Staff received complaints for the weddings that took place on July 21st and 25th, stating the weddings proceeded well past the 9 p.m. curfew. Members of staff visited the site on April 1st during the setup of an event to ensure there was no obstruction of fire lanes, no vehicles parked along Vista del Oro, and that portable restrooms were also in place. All of these items were complied with according to staff that visited the site. Staff also visited the site on June 28th during a 40-guest wedding where no alcohol was being served. Staff arrived at 8:45 p.m. and did not hear any music coming from the venue and did not observe any activity at the venue. Another site visit was conducted on July 2nd for a 120-guest wedding at which alcohol was being served. Code enforcement staff arrived at 8:45 p.m. and could hear talking and laughing with no music. By 9:08, cars began to leave the property and continued to leave through 9:15 p.m. At 9:50 p.m., code enforcement drove up the driveway and observed 5 cars in the parking lot. No one was outside and no lights were on in the hacienda. A 4th site visit was done on July 16th. As the code enforcement officer began to approach Vista del Oro, he observed cars leaving the venue, and this was at approximately 8:40 p.m. All site visits were done unannounced. Planning Commission recommendation. On June 16, 2022, this request was presented to the Santa Fe County Planning Commission. The commission memorialized findings of fact and conclusions of law in a written order recorded on July 22, 2022. The commission, based on the evidence presented, recommended denial of the site development plan request. Staff recommendation. Staff has determined that the proposed temporary expansion complies with the requirements of the SLDC and recommends that the appeal be granted and the site development plan be approved for the 2022 wedding season, subject to the following conditions. Madam Chair, may I enter the following conditions into the record?
Yes, please.
Thank you. And I would like to add there was an amendment to condition number 14, and I believe that was passed out. At the Planning Commission meeting, one commission member suggested 2 additional conditions if the project were to be approved as follows. The applicant shall hire a private security company to ensure people leave the facility promptly at 9 p.m. All guests not staying at the facility shall be bussed in for the events. Staff concurs with the first suggested condition and agrees that the concerns raised by the second suggestion warrant consideration by the board. And there was also some additional information that was, I believe, passed out. There was a page missing from Exhibit 3 on board docs, so that was also passed out, as well as, I believe, letters of support and the amended request for the appeal, and that was provided by Mr. Grazier. And I now stand for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we go to questions from the commissioners, is the applicant or applicant's representative present to make a statement? And before we start, do we need to swear the applicant in? Can you please be sworn in?
Madam Chair, Christopher Grazer, 316 East Marcy. I am an attorney appearing under my obligation to tell the truth.
Of course, of course.
And Britt Contreras is here tonight too, as well. Commissioners, I do appreciate your time. We are here asking you to overturn the decision of the Planning Commission and follow the recommendation of county staff to approve this request. You know, by brief way of history, you know, this was approved in 1999, and I got to say, as an aside, it makes me feel a little old because I don't remember a lot of the site visits I did when I was staff attorney to the County Development Review Committee, but I remember doing this site visit and doing it with Penny, and I think Commissioner Garcia was the land use administrator at the time, and we're all got a little more gray hair now. But they found out fairly soon after that there was a demand for weddings, lots of people wanting to have, it's a beautiful site, and wanting to have weddings there, and the business kind of transformed, and they should have got a permit. Absolutely, they should have got a permit. But it wasn't an intentional violation. It just kind of occurred that way. And for the next 20 years, there were no complaints, no violations. I mean, no notices of violation from the county. I think what really triggered this the last couple of years was the pent-up demand from the pandemic, where a couple of years of weddings got stacked into 1 year. There was also a lesson that Max and Britt learned of if a movie production company calls you and wants to do a shoot, you need to ask them to make sure they have a county permit, because one did, and they did a shoot, and they didn't have a county permit, and there were issues with traffic and stuff. So I think that's what kind of brought it on everybody's radar. So then they met with staff. They learned that they needed approval. They hired Nathan to help them get that approval. They hired me to help them get that approval. They could have applied, this is an allowed use in the zoning district. They could have applied for permanent approval, but it became fairly controversial. They really don't want to be where they aren't wanted. They recognized that they'd gone beyond what the approvals had before, and they acknowledged that, and they apologized for that. But what they're requesting now is really a compromise. They are offering a compromise, trying to do the right thing, offering a compromise, and I think it's a significant compromise, because the compromise is, rather than apply for permanent approval to do this forever, which they would be allowed to do under the zoning, they're asking for approval to finish up the weddings that are already under contract, couples who already have contracts to have their weddings there. The letter I handed out said 17 since then. I mean, it's been fortunate. There's been a lot of cancellations. We're now looking at probable 10 more weddings for the next couple months through November, maximum of 13 weddings between now and November. The business would then, it would then revert to the bed and breakfast operation, no further wedding events. And some of these weddings are as few as 20 or 30 people, really not big. And, also as we move into cooler weather, starting October, the events are going to be moving more inside and have even less impact on the community there. So commissioners, this is administratively approvable. It's allowable use under the code. It's a non-discretionary approval. It did get kind of controversial, which I believe is why county staff land use administrator kicked it to the planning commission. But staff did find that it meets all the code requirements, recommended to the planning commission that it be approved, recommended to the county commission that it be approved. I'm not your lawyer. It's not my job to lecture you in the law. I would certainly encourage you to listen to your lawyers on the points. I think what happened was the planning commission responded to concerns expressed by the opposition, but the planning commission didn't really follow the SLDC requirements that this application did meet all of them. I have a couple of more things I want to talk about, but Britt will talk. She will say a statement. She was reluctant to because it got kind of ugly at the planning commission meeting. Britt Max's integrity, honesty was questioned. An appointed county official called them scofflaws. It was really kind of distasteful, but she will make a statement and she will answer any questions. The two kind of big issues that came up at the Planning Commission are water and noise. So the 1999 approval required installation of a water meter and reporting of water meter readings. They didn't do that. They did not install a meter. They didn't report readings. They are hardly alone. At that time, I think that requirement may have been met more in the breach than in honoring it. They never got a notice that they were supposed to install one. They never heard a word about it until recent controversy. I did actually submit a public records request just to see if the county had done any studies as who was supposed to put in meters and who did and who didn't. If there were any enforcement actions, there's no record on any of that. But once they were informed, they put in a meter, they took readings. The readings are showing that they are well under their allowable budget, so I don't think water is really an issue here. As to noise, they did submit a noise report. County staff reviewed that. County staff recommended it as being in compliance with the county code. The opponents did submit some studies which were not done in accordance with the county code. Code enforcement's been out there 4 times now and hasn't identified an issue. So we did, and I assume that was the updated language on condition 14, was that circulated? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So Mr. Persino and Ms. Long and I kind of spent the afternoon negotiating language on Exhibit 14 due to some concerns I had about constitutional issues with it, et cetera. So I think we have language that the legal staff and myself are comfortable with. So my client certainly will accept the conditions 1 through 14 as proposed. On the noise, they really have been doing everything to keep that noise in check, and I believe it's not been an issue recently. There were 2 conditions of approval that the Planning Commission proposed, which was interesting because they denied it, but they also proposed conditions of approval. And that had to do with hiring a security guard and hiring buses. And we really, with all due respect, feel that those are unnecessary. There's already a condition in staff's suggested conditions that on-site employees be there to monitor compliance, and there certainly have been. As you know, they've been really pressing the couples and the guests to close it down by 9, which they've been doing, and I think code enforcement visits confirmed that. There's no other legal or public affray or any type of issues like that going on out there. So, really the expense of a security guard doesn't seem necessary. And the same with a bus. You receive photographs, county staff, fire marshal inspected. They're clearly complying with the parking requirements, with the fire lane requirements. There's not an issue with having the cars out there. So we'd respectfully request that those conditions that were not staff recommended conditions, but planning commission recommended conditions not be imposed, because we really think they're unnecessary and frankly, they're quite expensive. And I'll say a little bit about that. My clients, this at this point is not about making money. They are seriously upside down this year in this, what is supposed to be a business, between all the cancellations, all the refunds of deposits, paying planners, paying lawyers, paying for trying to comply with county conditions like fire suppression systems. It's been exceedingly expensive, and they're really having a tough go of it just meeting those requirements. Every dollar really does count. So their focus really is on just meeting commitments. They sign contracts with all these couples. They really need to meet those. They really want to meet those. And they're quite frankly, they're just scared that they won't be able to. It's a really scary proposition to not be able to meet those contractual commitments. Again, county staff is recommending approval. They have, they fully acknowledge and apologize that they might be on their approvals, but they are doing what they can to address it, and they're making significant compromise of just asking to finish out this year. This is just the next couple months with these, like I said, maximum of 13 at this point, weddings. So I very much appreciate the Commission's time, the Commission's attention. I think Mr. Manzanares will give you a little technical overview of the application, and then Ms. Contreras would like to speak, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Excellent. And
thank you, and I would like to just reserve a rebuttal at the end if there are any opposition comments.
thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Commissioners. My name is Nathan Manzanares. I'm with NM Land Solutions, doing business as Siebert and Associates, Inc. My address is 915 Mercer Street, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87505. Vicki and Gabe just handed out some supplemental material to you that was not part of your packet. If you want to look at that, it shows, like Chris said, this has been in operation for a while. It's never been more organized than it is during this 2022 wedding season. I thought I was sworn in.
That's not exactly the whole way it goes.
All right, let's restart. I apologize.
About half of it you got.
All right, let's do it.
So first off, do you swear to tell the truth,
I
the whole
swear to tell
truth,
the
and
truth.
nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And you've already stated your name and address, but can you please also state that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid?
I do.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. So back to the material that was just handed out to you. We have some photographs of the current parking situation out on the site. Also shows that there's parking attendants on site at every wedding. These photos are from one of the larger weddings at the max capacity of 120 guests. There's also staff inside assisting with anything inside the wedding. There is a dedicated fire lane that has been approved by County Fire that is not obstructed at any time. And there's someone there to verify that and stand there and make sure. We also make sure that there's someone at the entry of the property to show how to get into the property and not to go into anyone else's property. In addition, we've shown that there's adequate parking out here. Like I said, this is for the max capacity. There's plenty of room. There's also, within the parking area, a 20-foot fire lane that's not obstructed. This has been observed and measured by county code enforcement during a site inspection. They verified that. There's also some letters of support from members of, involved with this. We have brides and grooms that are planning to get married, that have got married. We have vendors who are local caterers, photographers, makeup artists, designers, wedding planners that, will take a pretty big hit off this. And I think Gabe did a great job of summing up, how this report or how this project meets the code. We provided a development report with our submittal. In that development report, we identified every sustainable design standard within Chapter 7. We showed how we were in compliance with this. This was our original proposal, and at that point, we were asking to do this for the foreseeable future. As the progress progressed and the weddings progressed, just to cool the temperatures and to appease the neighbors, Max and Britt requested to amend their site development plan to only be in for the 2022 wedding season. As noted in the letter in Exhibit 3, essentially they've waived in their right to do a permitted use out here, and they've shown that they're compliant with the SLDC. I'd also like to thank all the county staff that's been involved in this: land use, fire, the sheriffs, public works. Over the past couple weeks, more than half, I'd say 3/4 of the weddings have been approved through special use permits. From day one, we acknowledged that was not, that was not a long-term solution, and we were willing to do the site development plan as we went through the process, and the county graciously agreed to allow for those special use permits and granted those special use permits. We're grateful for that. Tonight, we just ask that Max and Britt get to, end on a high note with the hacienda, not have any brides and grooms have their special day ruined. A lot of clients are from out of state. They have family members flying in. There's already been a number of cancellations, and we just ask that you follow the recommendation that's been given by staff and recognize that this is compliant with the code. There hasn't been a single notice of violation issued by code enforcement through the multiple site visits they've conducted over the special use permits that have been issued. And with that, I thank you, and I stand for any questions.
Thank you very much. We can proceed with. Yes.
I'm sorry.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And for the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
Yes. My name is Britt Contreras. My address is 1022 Galisteo Street in Santa Fe. And
that you're under oath for your testimony to be
I'm
considered
under
valid.
oath.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. My husband is Maximiliano Contreras. We are the owners of Hacienda Doña Andrea de Santa Fe. Max built the hacienda together with his wife, Andrea. Unfortunately, Andrea died at New Year's 2000 of pneumonia, just as the hacienda was getting finished. So Max renamed the hacienda in her honor. The hacienda is a commercially zoned bed and breakfast. It was not built to be for weddings, but people started inquiring and pushing to have their family weddings held there. The business grew in a sort of natural way just from that. Relatives got married, other people who knew them got married from going to weddings. So the weddings have been going on at the hacienda for almost a quarter of a century. The governor's edicts shut down the hacienda for 18 months due to COVID. Now people tend to book their weddings a year or more in advance, sometimes 2 years in advance. So we had this huge surplus of booked, contracted weddings that we had to fit into 2022. Everybody, wanted to stay. And it was a lot of extra work. And there was indeed more traffic, more noise, more everything. June of this year was incredibly busy, peak wedding season, but we got through it and everybody had a wedding. When we were notified by Jose Laranaga in November of last year that some neighbors had complaints against the hacienda, we immediately made an appointment to see him to figure out how to rectify these complaints. We hired the land use planning company and our attorney to help us with their specialized expertise because this was really way out of our area. Now, all weddings at the hacienda are based on a bed and breakfast stay. We are a bed and breakfast. We don't provide any specialized wedding services. We don't have a wedding in the morning, one in the afternoon, one in the evening, like many, many wedding venues do. We are a bed and breakfast, so there's no dinners, there's no alcohol, no flowers, no cake, no dress, no wedding tablecloths. We just provide the building. And we truly believed that we were operating correctly as allowed because we had never really been told differently. Now, this year, our focus became how to get the contracted weddings finished. We've complied with every county rule, and there have been many, just so that we could have this special use permit that would allow these weddings to go on Saturday after Saturday. On April 1st, 2022, we had 42 weddings scheduled for this year. Now we have less than a dozen. Many have canceled. And we ask the county to let the remaining weddings go forward. It seems unfair to have the brides and grooms penalized and pay for this and have their day ruined while the hacienda is negotiating with the county. We are not scofflaws, or have we ever been. We work honorably and have a great reputation. And this is why families come back to us over and over again. We respectfully request that these dozen weddings be allowed to take place and get finished. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before I go to preliminary questions from commissioners, did you want to also speak, sir? Please. I didn't mean to jump the gun on you there.
All right, sir. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, and I will.
And for the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
My name is Jerry Watts. I'm 4001 Office Court Drive. That's my firm's company address. We're a licensed fire protection engineering consulting firm for the last 31 years here in Santa Fe. We're licensed engineers in 12 states and the Republic of Texas. And my sole purpose for being here tonight is to report to you the status, the status on the progress and improvements on the fire protection systems and life safety of the hacienda. We're about 2 weeks out from completing the fire sprinkler systems and the fire alarm systems and bringing the facility into full compliance with the county fire code and the state fire code. And the road has been widened to Fire Marshal John Mably's specification to exceed 20 feet. And that's just about it for me, except to inform you that right now we're about north of $160,000 for the fire protection improvements. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the information. So before we go to some questions from the commissioners and then to the public hearing portion, I'd like to just read some of the rules we've already, for the public hearing, that I'm going to adhere to, so everybody can plan accordingly. The county rules of order allow a party to cross-examine or question a witness. So we've had a few witnesses, but mostly we're likely to have public input after this. If the applicant wishes to cross-examine or ask questions of county staff or a member of the public, the applicant must notify the chair before the staff member or member of the public is excused. So I don't think that would be a difficulty. A failure to do so means the right to cross-examine with regard to staff or the particular member of the public is waived. Members of the public who are not called as witnesses by the applicant will be allowed 5 minutes to speak. Please focus your time in presentation accordingly. And then there are going to be some general rules of order that I really am going to enforce. I'll enforce the prohibition on redundant, irrelevant, or harassing testimony and comments. So, if someone else has already testified to something, I'm not going to allow someone else to present the same testimony. You can simply state that I agree with what was just said and then add new testimony. I will stop anything that's more extensive than that. If testimony is not relevant to the issue raised by the application, I will not allow it. If the testimony consists of personal or other improper attacks or is otherwise out of order, I will stop it. We have identified 7 members of the public who wish to testify at this hearing. When we get to the public hearing shortly, we will call those who have registered to testify. Each person will be sworn in by the court reporter, as you've observed, has already happened, before being allowed to testify for up to 5 minutes. Once we have gone through the list of registered members of the public wishing to testify, we will confirm that there are no additional members in chambers or on WebEx who wish to testify, but then they will be held to the same rules of order. So I very much appreciate everybody considering this beforehand. At this point, do commissioners, before we go to public hearing, have questions they would like to ask now for any of the material?
I do, Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Garcia.
So this is for staff. Once again, this got approval in 1999, correct? For a bed and breakfast.
Yeah, that is correct.
Condition number 2, every wedding shall be managed by on-site staff member. Is that county staff?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, that is a staff from the Hacienda venue that is on site for all weddings.
And then so the applicant is Madam Chair, the applicant is requesting not to get a special use permit for the remaining weddings, or they're not allowed, they don't have to get a special use permit?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, can you state that one more time? I'm sorry.
Madam Chair, does the applicant need to get special use permits?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, this request is for a site development plan for the remainder of the year till November 2022. So, if this was approved by the board, they would not need to apply for special use permits. The, remaining contracted weddings would be allowed to proceed without having to obtain a special use permit.
Madam Chair, how long has the property been owned by the applicant? The reason why I'm asking is because I'm familiar with that area, and I know how that area was actually cut up, chopped up, divided, whatever you want to call it.
Is that relevant to the decision?
Yeah. It's our understanding that Max Contreras purchased this property in the 90s. So it's been close to 30 years, quarter of a century, as Britt earlier stated.
Yep.
It's remained in Max Contreras' ownership since the original approval for the bed and breakfast in 1998.
1999, right? 99. Madam Chair, thank you for the replacing the fire protection in there, because that's something that's needed in that area. And I think for now, those are the questions that I have.
That's great. We'll have time after the public hearing as well.
Thank you.
Okay. If seeing no other questions just before the public hearing, I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. Daniel, can you please put the 5-minute timer up? And I'm going to go in the order of the names that were presented to me. And as I said, each person, I assume many of them are on WebEx. If anybody's here, you could just come to the mic when I call you. Otherwise, you would unmute yourself on WebEx and get sworn in and then give your testimony. And please pay attention to the clock. So first is Betsy, and I apologize if I butcher your name, I truly do. Sawula? Is Betsy Sawula available? Daniel, do you see Betsy on the WebEx?
Madam Chair, I believe Betsy is under Wolfgang Brandt's profile on WebEx, and I see she just turned her camera on.
Excellent. So Betsy, if you could unmute yourself and indicate your presence and get sworn in.
I don't know.
There you are. I see you now. Can you please get sworn in, Betsy?
Oh, yes, thank you.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
I'm Betsy Brandt. I live at 95 Vista del Oro, Cerrillos, New Mexico.
And please state that you're under oath.
And I am under oath and will tell the truth.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. We may have a problem with our internet connection. There's a storm, so I hope it's going to hold out. I am one of the community coordinators. My summary is longer than 3 minutes. Madam Chair, Joanne Martinez wanted to donate her minutes to me. Would that be okay?
If it's longer than 3 minutes, I've given you 5, so let's see what happens.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Absolutely.
Do you have a folder in front of you? It has 2 presentations. Yes. Okay, great. That's a summary that you can follow along as I kind of shorten that. The Vista del Oro and Gold Mine Road neighborhoods have been dealing with Hacienda's Special Event Center for over a decade. The planning commissioners unanimously voted to deny this permit, and here's why. Starting with the Hacienda Master Plan approved in 1999 for 9-bedroom B&B, your requirements were violated, especially in 4 ways. The master plan stipulated hosting 6 to 18 people. That's their business license that they renew every year. The Hacienda hosted up to 150 people weddings. Number 2, they did not have enough parking spaces, only 13, so they used our private roads, creating traffic and fire escape danger and additional liability for the neighborhood. Number 3, they exceeded their maximum allowable occupancy for the B&B of 18 people. They advertised and hosted lodging for 30 people for many years. Number 4, the Hacienda has not complied to the Office of the State Engineer of Water requirements. They use their well to service all wedding guests. The OSC confirms the owner never metered his wells for 23 years as required by you all. In 1999, the Hacienda was supposed to put a meter on their well and report meter readings annually in January. The OSC confirms that the Hacienda B&B well is incorrectly permitted as a single household domestic permit, which don't require meters. The OSC advises that it is up to the owner to file the permit correctly as a domestic commercial permit. Filing this correctly still has not happened to date, 23 years later. Also, their incorrect current permit expired in 2004. This was a condition in the master plan. If it was violated, it states this is grounds for future denial of development permits. Hacienda has completely ignored this requirement. They cannot report their water usage to OSE next year in January without a new permit. The email on page 2 shows from the OSCs that they have not received the application to date. This is a big deal. Water sustainability is a huge issue for our neighborhood. Next, the Hacienda special use permit violations. First, the county tried to placate everyone and let the weddings continue with special permits, which have conditions like all weddings must end at 9 p.m. This stop time has been violated repeatedly. Second, another condition is that a certified sound engineer must record and report the noise levels. Hacienda did not hire a certified engineer and self-reported their own noise recordings, which highly differ from our neighborhood's recordings. Number 3, another condition for the development permit was a proper indoor sprinkler system to be installed. Hacienda has held these huge weddings for over a decade without a sprinkler system. As of the Planning Commission last month, the sprinkler system had not been completed. I understand now that it's 2 weeks out. All we know is that there's a huge fire risk and it scares us. We don't believe the owners can totally control smoking outside or in parking areas with 150 people. Number 4, the Hacienda held at least 2 weddings, we believe, without a special permit. So failure to comply with these conditions was to be grounds to deny further special permits. This has not happened. The county has issued an unprecedented 20 special permits so far. Who gets that? You know, these are meant for one-time events. Hacienda has made their problem of booking illegal weddings the county's problem. Next, the basis of their application to you today is not valid because they are not operating as a legitimate B&B. They are a special
Betsy,
event
can I
center.
interrupt you for just 1 minute? Who was donating your minutes to you?
Yes, Joanne Martinez. She's a neighbor from Black Minerals. And I believe she wrote in
That's
to
fine. She's not registered.
Mr. Garcia. Oh, okay. We
That's
didn't
fine.
realize we had to
Please-
register. Okay.
No worries, no worries.
Okay.
Daniel, can you just restart the clock at 5 minutes for Ms. Brandt? She'll take somebody else's time. Thank you.
Okay. We have proven with an extensive analysis, it's in Appendix 1 for your reference, Wayback Machine's archive of web pages is legitimate evidence that can be used in litigation for looking back at websites, and I refer that to you. It clearly shows Hacienda marketed as a special event and retreat center since 2010 and quit marketing as a B&B in 2009. One must book the entire Hacienda through an event link, and there are no B&B reservations available. There is no B&B advertising for the Hacienda anywhere on the internet, including TripAdvisor and Airbnb. Next, the original wedding schedule is shown on page 4, and you can see that there was originally 41 weddings, and we understand that there have been cancellations. But please understand that each one of these weddings is a 2-day minimum, so that's 82 parties for us. In June, there were 8 weddings and 16 parties, and trust me, the pre-parties are loud. So it is a huge imposition on the neighborhood. And also there's more than 120 people because the staff and the contractors aren't counted in those numbers. So these are the recommendations very quickly that we have. Please deny this unprecedented temporary permit application. It really boils down to a 6-month blanket special permit whereby the county can't hold the Hacienda accountable for compliance. It would set a very bad precedent for our entire area. The wedding noise does not meet the noise code, and the next speaker is going to address that in detail. It shows noise well above 5 dBA code above ambient at our property lines. No neighborhood ambient study was ever conducted by the owner, even after we emphasized this at the pre-app neighborhood meeting in April. There has been no willingness by the owner to work with neighbors from the beginning when we repeatedly reached out to him beginning in August of last year. The application number 3 as the basis of an expansion of existing B&B is not valid because it doesn't operate as a B&B. It is a wedding center. Therefore, it should be denied. Number 4, special use permits are approved. If they are approved, then we would recommend a 9 p.m. stop time be enforced. Buses should be used instead of the 57 parking spaces. We never approved all of those parking spaces in our neighborhood. They create a real burden, undue liability, possible accidents that we would be responsible for that were never addressed by the agent to the neighborhood regarding such overuse of our private roads. We have steep, rugged, deeply crowned, rutted roads, and the guests can't see in the dark. All activities should happen inside in order to have a chance to meet the noise code and be monitored by a legitimate noise engineer. And then our last recommendation, please, or other neighborhoods here, do not expand the B&B code to include special event centers. These do not meet B&B intended usage for ag ranch in rural neighborhoods. A planning commissioner quote was, I know what a 150-person wedding is, and I know what a B&B is, and they are not the same. The administrator testified that large events like this don't exist in the SLDC for rural areas. Of the 9 uses that are permissible, she added this usage to the B&B category. We agree with the planning commissioners. It's totally incompatible usage for our super ultra quiet areas. The intended purposes for ag, ranch, and rural zoning are shown in your appendix 2. If you look at that, they reinforce each other. The permitted uses for each are exactly the same for both. And if you look at appendix 3, the permitted uses for ag ranch are shown. All of those 9 uses, they're quiet uses. They're not noisy Vegas parties. They're quiet uses. And also, B&Bs are quiet, and they reinforce ecotourism. Special events don't. We ask you to not expand B&B usage away from a nature-based, environmentally sensitive ecotourism. We hope that you'll vote this way today because this does not comply with the SLDC code. Thank you, Madam Chairman, Commissioners, for your attention tonight.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next on the list is Mariana Hatton. Are you available?
Yes,
Mariana,
I am.
Excellent. Can you please get sworn in and then give your testimony?
Ma'am?
Yes.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
My name is Mariana Hatton. My address is 29 High Feather Ranch, and I am under oath.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, thank you for this opportunity. I came before the Planning Board and Board of County Commissioners in 2000 in order to be approved to operate a bed and breakfast down Gold Mine Road from the Hacienda. I was approved without objection. I knew and I followed the requirements for permits, both county and state, and operated successfully until I retired in 2013. I never had a complaint or a violation of any kind, and I know what it takes, and I complied, and I'm immensely proud of that. I second all the previous comments as to how the Hacienda negatively impacts the neighborhood, and it's outside of their permit. As a former B&B owner and operator, I know what it takes to comply with the regulations. Based on past and current operating procedures, this enterprise has not demonstrated a willingness to comply. And now they are asking for more exceptions to more rules. There's a pattern here. What we have here is an operation that has morphed beyond its original scope and not finding a quick and easy way to get legal through the site development plan. They're now begging to just be allowed to do this for the rest of this year and then promise not to do it anymore. No doubt the owners don't want to cancel the business they've already booked illegally, so they are just asking for some more time into the future to keep doing it illegally, and then they won't do it anymore. They've long operated outside the license granted them for a B&B, operating as a wedding venue from years, which they've admitted to. When finally this was exposed, they did not complete the process for the development plan, which highlighted many shortcomings in how they even run the wedding venue. And now they just want to be a B&B, by the way, that just happens to host large wedding events with the inherent issues that bring us here today. They were temporarily granted quite a bit of leeway to continue weddings with individual event approvals, and even with that, the violations continued. Violations of existing permitted operations include noise, events not ending at 9, the fire code, which is still not completed, so they're hosting events in a building that is not up to code for the fire suppression system. Their New Mexico Environmental Department food service permit is not current as of June 16th. That could have changed, but it had been allowed to lapse. There have been no inspections for the breakfast that they serve there. Their liquid wastewater system is inadequate, and the New Mexico Environmental Department cannot approve the development plan request. Their private well is not metered as required, and the state cannot approve the private well used for event purposes as it is inadequate and it violates the setbacks. They failed to pay lodger's tax for the years 2019, 2020, 2021, and 2022 to date. That was confirmed by one of your own county employees, Lisa Katonix. But if you'll just let them finish out this year while violating the well, the septic, the food permit, not having the proper fire suppression, they promise not to do it anymore. In looking at their water budget that they presented in the site development plan, it is way off. They estimated 1 to 2 loads of laundry per day. It clearly would be impossible to keep 9 guest rooms furnished with clean linens and towels if they're only washing 1 load per day. With 3 bedrooms here, I sometimes did 3 loads a day for those 3 rooms. This water usage is a major concern. Again, it clearly indicates bad faith in presenting a water budget that is preposterous. The same is true of the budget for the dishwasher. 1 load a day? I often ran the dishwasher twice a day for 3 rooms, and I'm not sure how they could possibly arrive at an average number of toilet flushes per guest per day. And then there are showers and other uses. Typical calculation is 60 gallons per person per day, using occupancy of 18 for 200 event nights annually times 60 gallons per person is 216,000 gallons. Their well is metered as a private well for 0.6 acre feet or 195,000 gallons. And my calculations I just read you are based solely on logic, include the water used to prepare for during events up to 120 or 150 or 180 people or after an event.
I need to ask you to conclude, please.
Okay, I just want to thank Penny Ellis Green for bringing this far, because it required then that testimony is sworn and under oath. And
Okay. Thank you
if
very
believe
much.
so. Okay, thank you.
Very much appreciate your input. Is Tom Tamman there?
Speaking. Hello. I hope you hear me.
Thank you. Can you please get sworn in?
Sir, please raise your right hand.
Yes. Do you see
And
me?
do you
I'm the
swear to
orange
tell
one.
the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
My name is Tom Tamman. I live at 88 Vista del Oro in Cerrillos, and I'm under oath for the time of this testimony.
Thank you.
May I ask to share some slides so the stopwatch goes away, but I agree with the 5 minutes.
Yes.
So let me quickly upload the files. It's only 3 slides and 1 sound file I would like to share also with the commission. Okay, it should be. It's the roll, that's the sound file, I think. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes.
I think we can start the clock at 7:23. I hope I get within 5 minutes.
I will watch.
Good evening, commissioners. I am Tom Tamman of 88 Vista del Oro, adjacent to the Hacienda Donna Andrea. And here I am yet again after a unanimous planning commission vote, having to present what we are being put through over and over when these large-scale commercial events occur. I am a computer science and mechanical engineer. I work for IBM as a senior architect. My entire career has been gathering and analyzing data. I did a lot of reading and research on how to measure, analyze, and interpret sound and sound data. As a community, we invested a significant amount of money to get both certified and calibrated equipment. So I want to provide you with an accurate representation of the disruptive afternoons and evenings we are experiencing week after week, month after month, and now year after year. After the red divider on your documents, you have approximately, I think it's 38 pages of information of our sound analysis. And there is even a link to a Dropbox where there's more details on our equipment which we use and actual sound recordings, which one of them I play at the end of the session. First, I have to continue to challenge the sound data submitted by the Hacienda. Frankly, it is very rudimentary and lacks essential information to be credible. Despite explaining in front of the Planning Commission how to do more accurately measure sound emissions, I still find that the data you have been given by the Hacienda is highly misleading. Here is why. A, the details about equipment and procedures are entirely missing and clearly not conducted by anybody with an engineering background, despite the county's requirements in the special permits. Number two, the results are not presented in according to standards supported by the CDC, nor OSHA, nor any other official agency. C, their ambient readings, such as they are equally spurious and eventually not submitted, as I just found out. I'm going to bottom line it here. The Hacienda cannot operate a wedding event within the accepted county noise ordinance, which states that anything above 5 decibel above ambient is excessive. The ambient readings in our area are so low that it's impossible to have music and large groups of people without breaching the code. And I don't just claim this randomly. On July 16th at 8 p.m., when the county asked that the sound be measured on site, we clearly heard the music turn down. We have data that shows that the sound went back up after the measurement period. Coincidence? The clear implication is that the Hacienda knows that any music at such a celebration is going to exceed acceptable levels. But let me show you a few more pieces of evidence. This is the sound reading with calibrated and certified equipment on the event of July 2nd. The blue line are the actual readings, which are around 45 decibel and higher. Much more interesting is, however, the orange line, which is basically the same data, but benches it to a generous ambient level of 38. And you see at no point in time was the Hacienda less than 5, or actually within 5 decibel. It was always 5 decibel or more, sometimes even 25 decibel, which is like a crazy amount of more data. And this data shows actually at this day, same spot, same equipment, we made an ambient reading of less than 32 in average. So the 38 from before was even 6 decibel on the actual ambient reading of today. However, let me share quickly the other reading so you get an idea. I hope you hear it. Please turn on your volume. And just that you get an idea of the hollering. This was not even at the property line. This was probably 200 yards from the property line in the middle of my property. Madam Chair, the 5-minute timer has timed out.
I'm Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your input. Is Dennis Kurtz there?
Yes.
Dennis, can you please get sworn in?
Dennis, please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
My name is Dennis Kurtz. My address is 42 San Marcos Road West in Santa Fe. I am president of the San Marcos Association, which has a post office box number 722 in Cerrillos, New Mexico. And I am under oath for the period of this presentation.
Thank you. You can proceed.
Thank you. As I stated just a second ago, I'm president of the San Marcos Association, and that's how I'm appearing here this evening. The San Marcos Association is a registered organization under the Sustainable Land Development Code, and one of our missions is to protect the rural nature of the area and ensure that any kind of development, any kind of business operations, any kind of activities are done according to the applicable laws, applicable ordinances, applicable regulations. The Hacienda Doña Andrea is a complicated issue. I don't have any testimony specifically about that, but I am here to express the opinion of my board of directors, the San Marcos Association Board of Directors, and that the county needs to consider, tonight the county commissioners need to strongly consider the long-term impact of any decisions that are made. What you have here, by all accounts, I've yet to see whether it's proven one way or another, but by all accounts, a business that does what it feels like and then basically gets away with saying, I'm sorry, and that's it. The county, if they get complaints, needs to investigate, needs to enforce its rules, needs to ensure that businesses and operations in the county, especially out in these rural areas, are following the applicable regulations. Water usage is a major concern for the San Marcos Association, and there's no evidence whatsoever that I've heard this evening that the Hacienda Doña Andrea is conserving water or doing what it needs to do in order to conserve water resources. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking. I'm just going to reiterate the San Marcos Association expects that the decision tonight and encourages the commissioners tonight to strongly think about the long-term effects on this entire community of decision that basically allow a business that should know better. I'm sorry, you can say whatever you want, but a business should know what they're doing. And their lawyer himself clearly admitted twice that they knew that they did things wrong and that they were in error, and yet they're asking to just continue. Whatever you decide tonight, please consider the future implications, because there are lots of businesses, and quote, businesses in air quotes here, that will be popping up around the county, and they will be probably looking to ask forgiveness rather than permission in many of the cases. Thank you tonight for your time. I look forward to your decision.
Thank you, Mr. Kurtz. Is Elizabeth Blumenstock there?
Yes, I am. I'm here.
Thank you. Can you please get, yes. Can you please get sworn in?
Yes.
Ma'am, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
And for the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
My name is Elizabeth Blumenstock. I live at 64 Vista del Oro in Cerrillos, and I am under oath for the duration of this testimony.
Thank you.
Please proceed.
Following your rules, Madam Chair, I won't enumerate the concerns that I have, because most of them have been addressed, with the possible exception of liability, which is a big and scary thing for many of us. And I don't think that has been fully addressed. In the event of, say, for example, a really serious fire and property damage beyond the hacienda property, liability could become a really terrifying and destructive force in the lives of many people in that area, including myself. I'm going to clear. Thank you. Thank you. Here I am. I hope I'm visible, or am shortly visible. I just wish to add, on the basis of what I've heard this evening, I'm sorry I've forgotten the name of the gentleman who spoke. Still not happening. Start my video. Okay, there we go. On behalf of, I know that the man who spoke on behalf of the hacienda, a lawyer, mentioned that noise and water were the main issues. I just wish to say that for me, that is not the case. And I testified to that at the Planning Commission as well. Fire is, for me, the really critical issue. And I second the statements by a previous speaker that it's inconceivable to me that fire can be adequately monitored in the presence of so many people wandering about the landscape, people who are not invested in this land, just there for a good time. The other thing that I wish to say, again, based on what I've learned this evening, is that I'm just extremely, I'm sorry I'm not visible.
You're visible, we can see you.
Oh, okay, some people apparently can't. Thank you. I am perturbed to learn that these permits that have been handed out, forgive me, like party favors for these events, have been allowed in the absence of full fire prevention guarantees by equipment and oversight, and that is very disturbing to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Is Chase Morrison there?
I am.
Chase, can you please get sworn in?
Surely.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
My name is Chase Morrison. My address is 64 Vista del Oro, and I'm under oath for my testimony today.
Thank you. You can proceed.
Thank you. We are adjacent to the hacienda. I don't think we can simply cross our fingers and hope that nothing happens between now and November that concerns possible fire, a depleted aquifer, or road accidents. And we're not confident that the hacienda will, after November, revert to a B&B and stay that way. That's my biggest concern at this very moment. I hope that you also consider these when you're deliberating. And that is all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chase, for your inputs. Is Mira Burak there? Myra? Burak? Once again, I apologize if I'm butchering your name.
That's okay. Hi, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Oh, great. Absolutely. Can you please get sworn in?
Yes, sure.
Thank you. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
And for the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
Yes, my name is Mira Burak, and I live at 90 Corazon de Oro in Cerrillos, New Mexico, and I am under oath for the duration of this hearing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please proceed.
I just want to thank you, Madam Chair, and the commissioners for listening to all the community on this very important issue. I am just firmly agree with everything that has been said by community members so far, and I'm here to support those statements and just offer a few little qualitative statements from my family perspective. We live one road down from the hacienda, and it's very important to understand that in this terrain, the sound in very strong ways down to our home and into our yard. And I have 2 young children, and we moved here away from the city to live in the natural world. And and especially while my kids were in school and are going to be going back to school in 2 weeks, my children, with our windows open on the summer evening, were complaining about the noise, like really boisterous, loud music and screaming multiple nights a week, and I am also very concerned about the long-term potential for this in such a beautiful rural natural community. So, and in addition to that, I don't think it's fully been mentioned that with the amount of guests coming to celebrate a wedding with alcohol, that there is a very strong concern about drunk driving on these narrow roads at night with, hundreds of people leaving at one time. That is a serious issue. All it takes is one accident, and we are very concerned about that. So thank you very much for your time and for your careful consideration of all of these issues.
Excellent. Thank you very much for your inputs. That completes the list of people who indicated they wanted to speak. Is there anybody else present or on WebEx who wishes to make a public comment at this time?
Madam Chair, Stephanie Portillo is raising her hand, as well as Marie Berman and Boyd Christensen.
Okay, you're going to have to remind me of names. Stephanie, are you?
So
there?
I'm Ian Aarons, and I will be speaking on Stephanie's behalf today.
I'm sorry. Okay, can you please get sworn in?
Yes.
All right, please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
For the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
My name is Ian Aarons. I live at 8 Camino Tres Cruces in Tesuque, and I am under oath for the remainder of this.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. I just want to thank everyone who is listening and for taking your time out of your day. So I am a groom-to-be who was scheduled at the hacienda, and I took all of the comments, down. One of the things I did notice is that everyone seems to be, Betsy Brandt, Mariana Hatton, Tom Taman, Dennis Kuntz, the rest of them, they are all in the community, so I understand their issues with it. It seems that a lot of their issues have to do with the long-term effects, but we are dealing with the short-term effects right now. I understand there's no, if they're gonna end or not after the November, but that is kind of outside of this meeting, I believe. And so what I would like to bring to point is that, the 13 nights that are scheduled may be an inconvenience to them, but the one night of our wedding is a once in a lifetime thing. And I'm sure many of them have had a wedding, and to have this situation happen, I'm sure maybe they could have a little, humanity to think about and put themselves in our shoes. What is a groom and a bride-to-be supposed to do? I'm 26 years old. I don't have money to plan another wedding. And I understand the anger and whatnot in the community towards the owners at the hacienda, but that has nothing to do with us. And so I just don't see really any sympathy for the to-be-weds. So I would just like to ask for their sympathy truly, and for everyone to consider the very special nights that are supposed to happen at the hacienda. I understand noise complaints, I guess I want to ask how important it is those 13 nights for them to ruin someone's wedding. So that is all I will put forward. I totally understand their points, but I just want to say, these are things that they've agreed to stop. They've already agreed they've made mistakes, and they've already agreed they will stop after the remainder of the weddings. How important is it to them to, get rid of these weddings, and have they taken into account, our situations? Thank you all for your time. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much for your input. Daniel, who is the next speaker, please?
Madam Chair, the next speaker is Maria Berman.
Maria,
Hello.
can you please get sworn in?
Yes.
Maria, please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
For the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
My name is Marie Berman. My address is 3018 Oak Green Court in Ellicott City, Maryland, and I am under oath for the duration of this testimony.
Thank you.
So as I mentioned, my fiance and I, we are in Maryland currently. That is where we live, and we traveled last year to Santa Fe to visit the hacienda, and we fell in love. We absolutely couldn't imagine our wedding anywhere else. We have been looking forward to this event for a whole year already. We booked this way in advance. This is not even something that was on our radar as a potential issue until recently. And it's just heartbreaking to even think about the day that we've looked forward to for, like for me, it's been like years of my life, looking forward to this big special day, and then to have everything come crashing down. It's truly like I'm close to tears right now speaking on this topic. So I just agree with everything that was just mentioned. From the groom's perspective, I feel like a lot of the opinions that have been spoken tonight are valid, and I understand that. Personally, our wedding will have a maximum of 25 guests. Nobody is leaving that night. Nobody will be driving the whole weekend, really. It's just 25 guests. We're having a little speaker on an iPhone, so like no noise complaints should be a thing. It's like none of us are smokers. This is just so frustrating, because I feel like a lot of the issues that are brought up are not something that, like, we are specifically not doing any of the things that were mentioned tonight in our wedding, and we are one of the 13 weddings remaining, as was the individual who just spoke. So you have both of our commitments to keeping our noise down and following. We signed contracts to follow the noise ordinance, and we will absolutely stick to that. So that is all I have to say. Thank you for your consideration and your time tonight.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Marie. And Daniel, who was the third speaker you mentioned?
Madam Chair, the next speaker is Boyd Christensen.
Mr. Christensen, I'm sorry, I missed the first name. Are you available? Can you please get sworn in?
Yes, I am here.
All right, sir. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
For the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
My name is Boyd Christensen. My address is 183 Grenfell Ranch Road, Cerrillos, New Mexico, and I am under oath for this testimony.
Thank you.
Okay. There are two issues that have not really been brought up yet that I wish to address. The first is a matter of equity. This involves the county treating a large organization much differently than they do small people. I have a neighbor who's a single lady who wanted to build a house. She bought the land, she hired an architect, she got the plans, she hired a contractor. She went to get a building permit, and she was denied the building permit because the Sustainable Land Development Code required certain widths on and surfaces on the roads leading up to her house. This part of the code had not been enforced before, but it's a legal part of the code. So she had to comply with this. It cost her $35,000. Which was very difficult for her to raise, and it cost her 6 months to get all of this straightened out. But the county enforced the code, even though it was a great problem for her. Now we are faced with a condition where a corporation, and this is a corporation, has repeatedly violated the code, and now it wants to be enforced, and they don't want it to be enforced because it's going to be an imposition on them. It's a matter of equity. If we're going to enforce this on the little people, let's enforce it on the big people as well. Second item I wish to talk about, it relates to fires. All of this area up here, if it had to do an evacuation, would evacuate through Gold Mine Road. There are no other ways out of here. At the bottom of Gold Mine Road, where you come to New Mexico State 14, there's an area which is fenced with solid fences that you can't see, and it's on a curve. And about 2 years ago, I was going into this area when I met right in the middle a fire truck from Madrid coming to a fire. You can't pass a fire truck in that area. So I had to back up, get out, the fire truck went on. Okay. That was relatively easy to do because it was 8 o'clock on a Sunday morning. If I'd had 20 people coming down behind me in something of a panic because of being a fire and unfamiliar with the area, not realizing that we were going into an area that was very constricted, it would have been impossible to back up. it would have just been chaos, particularly if there were more cars coming after that, with this maximum 74 cars or whatever it is. This would just be a chaotic thing. That's enough to ruin your day also. So I encourage the commission. I thank you for your time. I encourage you to not accept this recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Christensen. Okay, so I'll ask one more time. Is there anybody else from the public who wishes to speak to this matter?
Right here.
Yes.
Madam Chair, there is one person on the list that had signed up prior to you asking this. His name is Daniel.
And no, Wolfgang Brandt.
Me too.
Wolfgang Brandt.
Hello?
Do you need to put your hand up?
I have my hand up.
No, on here.
Where?
I don't
We've
know.
Hello?
Yes.
I would
Mr.
like
Brandt,
to speak. Yes.
can you please
Am
get
I
sworn
next?
in?
Am I next? Yes. I'm ready.
Sir, please raise your right hand.
Can you see it? Okay. Here we go.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
For the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
My name is Wolfgang Brandt. I live on 95 Vista del Oro, and I'll be under oath for this testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you. You can proceed, but please adhere to the
Yes.
request for no redundancy.
I will. And first of all, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak here tonight. Forgive me if I'm using "you know" too many times. I'm not used to speak publicly, but I'll try to my best not to do that too many times. What troubles me about the entire affair is, and I would like to address the groom and the bride that spoke earlier, but first of all, I would like to read you a comment that the county's attorney made in a court meeting. As you well know, the hacienda Donna Andrea is suing the county. Apparently they weren't too happy with the planning commissioner's decision. And now, they're trying to circumvent all of this, by going the legal route rather than the administrative one. But I would like to read to you a quote from Ms. Long. It is really their problem that they want to make the county's problem, Long said. They just want to plow forward and receive the funds for these weddings, even though they know they have been operating illegally since at least last year. This is the crux of all of this. From day one, it was about one thing and one thing only, to make money. Now, I don't have a problem with making money. Of course, when you're making money illegally operating, there is an issue. They never want to talk about this. They never want to talk about the fact that the county needs to take in consideration, and you commissioners need in consideration, that the president this sets. When Ms. Long talks about the fact, that, they're trying to make their problem the county's problem, that goes exactly after what the bride and groom just said. The bride and groom said, just a moment ago, the groom, I should say, that we don't have sympathy for the people who want to have weddings. We had sympathy for the people who have these large weddings for 10 years. The reason why the hacienda, one of the reasons why they didn't have a notice of violation is because we said that from the get-go, that we do not want to call the sheriff on them to ruin their wedding day. So ask yourself, if the hacienda would have the same sympathy for the bride and groom, knowing all of these years they're operating illegally, why would they have scheduled these weddings in the first place, knowing they don't have the permit to do so? A year ago, from November at least on, the county made them aware of what they're doing. They can't do. They don't have the proper permit to do so. What does the hacienda do? They do not cancel the weddings. They continue having weddings without a permit. Then they're violating the special use permits they're having. Now I ask you, if you care so much about the bride and the groom, you want to put the bride and the groom in this position? Because the reason why they're here tonight and asking, for you to allow them to do what they're doing is based on the fact that they alone have put the bride and the groom in this peculiar and desperate situation. They had, like the planning commissioner said in the meeting,
plenty of time to cancel these, kind of weddings, and refund the money. But as Ms. Long said, they don't, they want to receive the funds for these weddings, and they just want to, even though they know they're operating illegally. This is a very dangerous precedent we're setting here. If you grant this, what are you telling the public? That it's okay, since 1999, we have violated the existing permit that we have, because the bed and breakfast license, that they have violated for 23 years in a row, not recording, the water to the state engineer's office. That violation alone was, grounds for denial for any application. It shouldn't have even gone any further than this. Then they continued violating. In 2010, they all of a sudden developed amnesia to the fact that they only had a license for a 18 people bed and breakfast, yet they naturally somehow mysteriously developed in this large event center. And if you want to have the bed portion of the bed and breakfast, you had to lease the entire event, the entire 11,000 square foot hacienda for 2 nights minimum. And if you want to have breakfast, you got to call your own catering company. Now, I don't know about you, but that doesn't sound like a bed and breakfast to me. In the advertising, it clearly shows they have not operated as a bed and breakfast for at least a decade. Then they continue.
We've had testimony to that effect. So if you have something additional to add, please add it.
Yes, the only thing I would like to add to this is they're in a televised event, in a news conference, on TV, one of the owners stated basically, well, we want to have these weddings, of course, and if the county, or at least the county, if these are not granted to us, we're going to do it anyway, and if you don't like it, you can arrest us. Okay, I appreciate your time. Thank you for your consideration, and I'll turn it over to the next person.
Daniel, is there anybody else who appears on WebEx to make comments?
Madam Chair, we have one request by the name of Daniel raising his hand on WebEx.
Okay, Daniel, are you there? If you can get sworn in, and please adhere. I won't entertain redundant testimony.
Good.
Daniel, please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
For the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
Yes, my name is Daniel McCoy. My current address is 2441 Beverly Avenue, Santa Monica, California, 90405. And what was the last part?
That you're under oath.
Yes, that I'm under oath. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please proceed.
So I'm counting myself in amongst the grooms and brides that are in this meeting right now. I don't want to be redundant, so I'll just kind of stick to what's important to me. My fiance, Alexandra Bailey, and her family are multi-generational inhabitants of Santa Fe. I'm originally from Utah, but I basically fell in love with Santa Fe ever since I've been dating her, which is over 10 years now. I proposed to her basically in the mountains overlooking the hacienda. And so, over the past few years, my fiance is a COVID nurse, so we haven't been able to hold a wedding during really the peak COVID wave before vaccines were available. We really only have a very small window to really complete this wedding before she herself has to go off to basically graduate school elsewhere, when I continue my final year of my PhD in UCLA. And then we're hoping to move to Santa Fe afterwards. So we're really hoping to start our lives in Santa Fe. And again, we really couldn't be able to hold a wedding the past 2 years, and this summer is our only shot at really holding one. And so we had made plans with the hacienda. I really love the hacienda area. I appreciate hearing from everyone else who lives in this area. I know why you guys live there. It's a really incredibly gorgeous landscape, and I can understand why someone would want to live out there. So again, we just heard about all these issues with the permitting and the haciendas, complaints from the community. And really, it seems like if if we aren't able to hold this wedding, we're looking at completely canceling the wedding because Santa Fe Indian Market is basically over the weekend of our wedding. So there's no more hotels to rebook. People who are going to stay at the hacienda with us can no longer find cheap housing. They're probably going to have to cancel their trip to come see us. The family from out of town who, again, maybe had lived in Santa Fe previously but want to come to visit, they're not going to be able to come to the wedding if we can't have it at the hacienda. And honestly, I'm glad I came to this meeting, and I'm really happy to hear from the community. And I understand noise complaints, and if we were allowed to continue and host this wedding, it won't matter much to the community, but personally swear that we will happily follow any regulations that are asked against us. The DJ is a personal friend of mine, so I can just tell him, hey, let's not even try and upset anyone. Let's just move this inside. And if we have any sort of issues with noise, we'll just shut it down. It's just more important to me that we start our lives in Santa Fe. And yeah, it just would be financially devastating to us if we couldn't hold this wedding. So yeah, I just humbly ask that we're allowed to basically compromise with the community and allowed to host these weddings under these really quite new restrictions that were just imposed on us. So yeah, again, anything else would be redundant. I just really hope for the community to just have some sort of compromise with the brides and grooms and the hacienda. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Daniel Fresquez, is there anybody else on who wishes to speak that you see?
Madam Chair, I see Ken Perlow on WebEx that would like to speak.
Yes, I would.
Ken, can you get sworn in, please?
Certainly.
All right, sir. Do you swear
Yes.
to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do. And I am under oath.
All right. Please state your name and address in that case.
My name is Ken Perlow. I live at 64 Vista del Oro, which is right next to the hacienda.
Thank you.
Please proceed, and please adhere to my restriction on no redundant testimony.
I'll try, but I'm at a music workshop in Ohio, and I didn't hear everything, but I can be very brief. I totally understand and sympathize with the people who want to get married in this wonderful place. We live there. It's a wonderful place. But unfortunately, they have been sold goods under false pretenses. And I'm not sure what to do about that, but when we moved to this wonderful place, and there was this wonderful bread and breakfast, and I even stayed there before we built, and it's a very nice bed and breakfast, but it isn't a bed and breakfast anymore. It is a nightclub, and I don't think that's a permitted use. And if they want to hold these weddings can be done in town. The hacienda could find suitable space where they can be really loud and funky, and weddings should be loud and funky, but not here. And that's really all I need to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ken. Daniel, is there anybody else you see who wants to speak to this issue?
Madam Chair, I do not see anybody indicating that they would like to speak.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to go ahead and close public comment. And I would, yes, I know you had requested for rebuttal, so. I mean, please, I don't think your mic is on. If the light's not green, push the button.
It's green.
Okay.
I just didn't have my mouth close enough. I'm sorry.
No worries.
So we're not denying concerns of neighbors and opponents, but the vast bulk of what you heard are things that we have worked with county staff to address. So as far as fire, this has been approved by the fire marshal. You heard testimony that they are going way above and beyond anything that's required as far as fire protection and fire warning systems. It's been, as far as, liability, the Hacienda carries insurance policies. They require all of their guests to carry $1 million insurance policies. It's heavily insured. And in 20 years of operation, there hasn't been any fires, there hasn't been any DWIs, there haven't been any accidents. There's no reason to think that that's going to start in the next 3 months, commissioners. And again, the assertions of being intentional scofflaws really doesn't reflect reality. And when they found out in November that the county was saying, listen, you're not approved for this, they did what they could to address it. They came in, they said, what do we need to do? They applied. Assertions that they violated their special use permits, they never received notices of violation. There's been no enforcement action. What they've done is come into the county voluntarily to come into compliance, offered, as I said, a compromise. And, commissioners, ever since I've been involved with the county, people do things that are unpermitted. It happens. The county has always allowed them to make an application to come in compliance. The county has never said the fact that you were operating without a permit means that you're a scofflaw, I guess is the word that's been thrown around, and therefore we're not going to allow you to apply to bring it into compliance. And more importantly, that's not part of the SLDC code criteria for this use. So we, again, respectfully request that the commission approve this very limited use. Thank you. And I'm happy to answer questions, of course.
Thank you very much. At this point, I would maybe turn to, I'm sure we'll have questions when we come back, but yes, it is time.
Okay, Madam Chair, I move that we go into executive session to deliberate on case number 22-5150, Hacienda Doña Andrea Site Development Plan Appeal as allowed by Section 10-15-1H3 NMSA 1978, Board deliberations and administrative adjudicatory proceedings, including those on the agenda tonight for public hearing, and as allowed by Section 10-15-1H7 NMSA 1978, threatened or pending litigation in which the county is or may become a participant.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second to go into executive session. Can I please have a roll call?
Yes, Madam Chair. Commissioner Rudy Garcia?
Yes.
Commissioner Hank Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Anna Hansen?
Yes.
And I'll mark Commissioner Henry Robal as excused.
Yes,
Is
please.
that okay? And then Chair Anna Hamilton.
Yes. So we're now in executive session. We will make it as expeditious as possible to discuss it. I recognize how late it is, and we will come right back out. Thank you very much for your patience. Thank you, everybody, for your patience. We are back. I would entertain a motion to come out of executive session.
Madam Chair, I move to come out of executive session, and the only thing that was discussed was this case.
I second the motion.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 So we're out of executive session. Commissioner Hanson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to make a motion to approve the temporary site plan. They cannot schedule any more events, period. You have 12 events, and that is it. And with the conditions and the revised condition 14.
With the staff conditions?
With all staff conditions and the revised staff condition 14.
And I see Vicky coming to the podium. Can you take your mask off? I'm just having trouble.
Sorry about that.
No, I appreciate it.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, does that include the two conditions recommended by the Planning
No.
Commission?
No.
Okay, thank you.
I'll second the motion.
Thank you. So I have a motion and a second. I don't have to have a roll call, right? No, I don't. You can. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstaining?
Me.
And I know you. Okay. So
And I'd like to explain my vote and the reason why.
briefly.
The reason why I have is, once of all, I don't know that there's actually proof that there is so many weddings till the end of the year. Is there alcohol served there on the premises? I don't know that. And it's actually was approved from 6 to 18 individuals back in 1999. Now we have many more individuals than 18. This has been going on for 20 years, and we're just installing the fire protection plan now. I just can't go along with the motion, Commissioner, with all due respect. Thank you.
Thank you. So a vote, and I think that finishes this proceeding. Thank you, everybody, for all your inputs and your concerns and all the time. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, I move to adjourn.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. We are adjourned.